never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in.
President Trump thinks Russia should be a part of the current G7 summit in Canada. While speaking about trade, Trump said former President Obama worked to kick Russia out.
It used to be the G8. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake.
He said there would be no war in Ukraine if Russia was still in the group. The president also spoke about trade, saying his primary focus will be on working through tariffs with Canada during the current meeting. President Trump is not backing down on ICE raids that have sparked over a week's worth of protests in L.A.
On Sunday, Trump announced he is directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. He mentioned increasing enforcement actions in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and other cities he considers the core of the Democrat power center. Trump made the announcement a day after No Kings protests against his policies were held in major cities across the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Karen Reed is being denied a motion to amend verdict slips as the jury deliberates in her murder retrial in Massachusetts. Today, Reed explained why her lawyers wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, ranging from involuntary manslaughter to drunk driving.
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing and have said as much, so we just wanted to avoid that again.
Her lawyers say not having the not guilty option on those charges led to a deadlocked jury, but the judge disagrees. Her lawyers say Reed is being framed by police for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. She's been charged with second-degree murder, accused of hitting him with her SUV in 2022 and leaving him to die in a snowstorm. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. The S&P 500 added 56 points. The Nasdaq rose 294 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Security for lawmakers is increased in New York City and New Jersey following this weekend's killing of state lawmakers in Minnesota.
Meanwhile, New York Senator Chuck Schumer is asking the Capitol Police to increase security for senators.
We're all shaken by the horrifying shootings, murders that occurred in Minnesota. When I heard it, it was like a punch gut to the stomach.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says the state has increased security for all public officials. Vance Bolter was captured after allegedly killing state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, as well as shooting and injuring Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The FDA is expanding the approval of Moderna's RSV vaccine.
The expansion will include individuals 18 to 59 years of age who are at increased risk for severe illness from RSV. It was previously only licensed for adults age 60 years and older. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Pope is preaching peace to fellow White Sox fans. Thousands packed Rate Field on Saturday to celebrate the historic election of a Chicago native to Pope Leo XIV, who addressed the crowd via a live stream.
To share that message of hope with one another in outreach, in service, and looking for ways to make our world a better place gives true life to all of us. And it's a sign of hope for the whole world.
The event was hosted by the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Sopich. The event was held at Rate Field because the Pope is a longtime White Sox fan. I'm Anthony Lucero, and this is USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty then, cue the microphone. That is why. That's how we get a brand new day underway. And away we go. Welcome aboard. Kickoff A Tuesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's a cloudy night, 73 outside the secret bunker. Starting to feel a little more summer-like. Opportunity for the pool water to warm up a little bit. All right, there's more where that came from. So good to have you on board. Many kicking off the new week here. Hitting the highways for that first run of the new week. Where shall we find some slowdowns? I'll tell you what, there's just a lot of spotty shower activity through the eastern third of the country. No well-organized areas of precipitation, but you find spotty showers through portions of Ohio, Kentucky, southern Tennessee, a few showers down toward the Atlanta metro area. Again, eastern portions of North Carolina, a few spotty showers there in Virginia. You never know where you'll run into a shower, but you shouldn't be in it for an extended period of time. The most organized area is going to be central and western Kentucky. Most of that is moderate rainfall at best. Then we get back into portions of southern Iowa, heavier rains, a line of showers, thunderstorms, some of which are severe tonight. Dropping out of southern portions of Nebraska into northwest and north central Kansas, where we are seeing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these are 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, some embedded hail. Still seeing some of those stronger thunderstorms in portions of eastern Wyoming, northeastern Wyoming. Same scenario, 60-mile-an-hour winds, in some cases, some embedded hail. Beginning to see the heat building over the southwestern USA, though. Heat advisories and red flag warnings in place for portions of southern Utah, portions of Arizona, about the western half of New Mexico, southwestern Colorado. That is where the heat's going to continue to build over the coming days and then eventually begin shifting further east, eventually reaching all the way over to the eastern seaboard. We'll start with a look at some of our stronger storms, showers, thunderstorms. This is going to be a pretty common sight across the north central and east coast areas this week. A lot of disruptions to travel, and in some cases maybe in danger to lives and property. Due to the high amount of moisture, water in the atmosphere, and the saturated state of the ground in some areas, flash flooding may pose a pretty significant danger and risk to property. As these storms approach some of our major metro areas, obviously airline delays, maybe ground stops will increase. Be prepared for delays on the highways with the ponding of water and poor visibility. There's a pretty large area in the heartland that will be at some risk of thunderstorms continuing overnight, Monday night to Tuesday night. Damaging hail and winds the primary concerns. Overnight tonight, while those storms will affect part of the area stretching from Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, northern Colorado, to central and eastern portions of Kansas, northwestern Missouri, and much of Iowa. The greater concentration of severe thunderstorms is anticipated in Nebraska and north central Kansas. Pretty much exactly what we are seeing at this hour. For Tuesday into Tuesday night, the day ahead, much of the same area could be impacted by severe weather. Once again, the risk of potentially damaging dangerous thunderstorms, though, begins to expand into portions of southeastern Colorado, pretty much all of Kansas, northern Oklahoma, northwestern Texas, southern, central Missouri, as well as northern Illinois, southeastern Wisconsin, and northwest Indiana, a much broader area. Similar to what we are witnessing this past day, the greater number of severe thunderstorms is likely for the day ahead. That moderate risk zone covers much of Kansas, much of the Kansas border with Colorado, and the majority of southern Nebraska once again. The likelihood for severe weather progresses to the south and east over the central states come midweek Wednesday. The midweek risk of severe thunderstorms extending from the central portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan, western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, all the way down into north central Texas. There's going to be a greater concentration of severe weather Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday night, encompassing from Toledo to Dayton, Ohio, Indianapolis and Evansville, Indiana, St. Louis, Springfield, Missouri, Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee, Cleveland. A broad area, obviously, will have severe thunderstorms in parts of those major metropolitan areas. Back to Tuesday into Tuesday night, multiple states in the east will also be at risk for some stronger thunderstorms. Severe weather is forecast to affect parts of West Virginia, where they saw some incredible deadly flooding here just a few days ago. Southeast Ohio, western and southern Pennsylvania, on over to western and central Maryland, western, northern, and central Virginia, expanding down into portions of the Carolinas, northeastern Tennessee, and eastern Kentucky. The risk of severe thunderstorms in a portion of the eastern states ramps up once again Thursday. The risk of severe weather focused on the mid-Atlantic region, but will also include a large part of the central Appalachians as well as New England. Thursday's eastern severe weather threat will be extending from portions of New Hampshire, Vermont, northern New York, into northwestern North Carolina and the northeastern tip of Tennessee. Late this week and coming up the weekend ahead, as this dome of heat continues to build over the plains and the Mississippi Valley, complexes of thunderstorms are going to form along the rim of the sweltering conditions. Similar setups in the past have produced these long-lived, damaging thunderstorm wind events known as derechos. Forecasters are going to be monitoring that situation closely for potential impacts from the northern plains to the Great Lakes into parts of the Appalachians and the Atlantic seaboard. Kind of a active weather pattern once again as the heat really begins to kick. Heat waves for portions of the Southwest, stretching eventually through the Midwest and the eastern seaboard. Hello to Philly Dan, out of the box as usual there. Good morning from Philly. He said prayers for Tennessee. Haven't received any update in regards to her over the past day. Hello, Gary. Good to have you on board. Taco Tuesday, he says. Marianne in the house, doing okay. Let's see. I guess she lost her puppy this past day, Darla. I know Darla's in a better place. I-95 southbound. Hello, Shorty, Brunswick, Georgia. 81 degrees at the midnight hour. It's Orlando Turnaround, number 1, getting the week started there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Showtime. Hello, Pappy. 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Now we got a chance of rain over the next few hours. I got a chance to hear about 3 minutes of the two-time world champion manure haulers call last night. Busy. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's go get this show on the road. There we go. Pappy's off tonight, though, right? I think he mentioned at 0400 Monday morning. He'll be off tonight and tomorrow night. Hello, Tank in the house. 87 degrees here in Sanders, Arizona. Broke down, waiting on a mechanic to show up to get the trailer lights working. Hopefully this won't be a long, drawn-out process. All right, everybody, truck safe out there. Hello to Mr. Jack. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Hump Day. I guess for you it might be. It's Tuesday for me and most of us out here. Who else? Brett at the Home 20, 99 degrees at Bullhead City, Arizona. My pool is more like a hot tub right now. It's a little warm out tonight. Hit 113 degrees today. Wow. See, as I said, the heat wave is underway out west. Hello, Captain Ron, checking in with 78 degrees in Lake City, Florida tonight. Looks like a pretty good night for trailer trucking. Semper Fi, shout out to Knucklebuster, and Truckin' Phil. There's our other Brett. Good morning from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 73 degrees. We're going to be heading to Chicago tomorrow to visit a buddy of mine, see a couple of Cubs games. Wrigley Field is a special place. Think I'm going to avoid the South Side like the plague. Chicago is a liberal city, so I'm a tad bit afraid to go, especially if they decide to protest again, which oftentimes means looting and rioting. I wish they'd just stop. Oh, well. Windy City, here we come. There's Bill. Morning, everyone. 69 and humid at the Home 20, Horicon, Wisconsin. Had the day off. Wife had knee replacement surgery this past day, where her knee joints were bone on bone. Ouch. Hopefully she'll now be able to get around better after everything heals up. All right, have a great night, drivers. Hello, Norman. Checking in from north central Kansas. Storms on the way. Yes, indeed. Some of those storms are rather strong as well. The Big Tipper's loaded. Headed for Wichita. Have a good morning, everyone. All right, on we roll into a brand new day, closing out a Monday, the greatest day of the week. 844-844-3388 as we get it started, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Kevin, kicking things off here. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. As we're keeping Knucklebuster and his family in our thoughts. All right, hello to Mark. Morning, Steve, and all those tuning in. Hello, Jerry. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for giving the Steve Summers Overnight Drive the airwaves. And thanks to each and every one of you rolling through the night. Tell them you love them every chance you get. And down the line, got some spotty showers, he says, there in North Carolina tonight. Hello to JR. Is that Country Bumpkin? Check it in. Morning Overnight Drive family. Be safe out there, drivers. Jennifer, check it in from north central Kansas, 81 degrees. We're waiting on some storms over here. Safe driving to everyone on the roads tonight, and a special shout out to my favorite trucker, Tony. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 73 degrees under clear starlit skies. We've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a high rate of speed for one of many Parks livestock barns there in Iowa. Had a great weekend at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri, hanging out with my hot blonde wife. Did some house hopping on Father's Day. Got fed by 5 of my 8. What an epic day it was. Just a few days left, and the legend we call the Carolina Monkey Gouger and his trailer trucking exploits, he will be missed. Mr. Gouger, we have you covered. We'll keep the asphalt, and in my case, the dirt roads warm in your absence. Steve, we're going to have a send-off show for the trucking icon, the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, as a way to honor his legacy. And with that, I offer up the special Maple Leaf City shout-out tonight. Indeed. Well, good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe, drivers. Double trucker in Lodi, 69 degrees. As usual, waiting on the meat driver. Still working on my early retirement and millionaire idea. It was great to hear the Carolina Monkey Gouger last night. Since he's retiring, maybe he can be co-host. I'll tune in later to hear the Gouger Trucking Show on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech. Rumble. Okay, Trump still wants to make a deal with Iran. As Howie Mandel would say, deal or no deal? No deal? They blew it. No soup for you. As Bachman Turner in Overdrive would say, taking care of business. Time to get her done. All right, we've got the very latest there. Let me see. I don't know don't want to read anything too much into it, but yeah, the decision for President Trump to leave the G7 summit that kicked off this past day and was supposed to be continuing here on Tuesday. After Israel and Iran enters day number 5 of back-and-forth attacks, Israel, as we know, has been pressing us to intervene militarily. The update from just about 1 hour ago, President Trump leaving the Group of 7 summit with world leaders in Canada a day ahead of schedule to deal with the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran as Israeli officials pressure the U.S. to intervene to crush Iran's nuclear capabilities. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Mr. Trump left the 2-day summit because of what's going on in the Middle East, but she did not elaborate. State Department spokesperson later also announcing Secretary of State Marco Rubio is returning to Washington with Mr. Trump. Now, the fiercest confrontation in the history of the Israeli-Iranian conflict, entering day number 5, with Israel still short of its goal of knocking out Iran's nuclear development program. We've been discussing this the last several nights. Israeli officials pressing the U.S. to engage directly by dropping the so-called bunker-busting bombs. These are 30,000-pound weapons, powerful enough to take out Iran's deeply buried equipment at the major Fordo nuclear site. Now, they say there's only one weapon that could destroy the facility, according to experts. That is known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It requires a B-2 bomber for delivery. Israel owns neither the weapon nor the bomber. Now, Mr. Trump has long made clear his opposition to American involvement, but he's also made clear his opposition to a nuclear-armed Iran. Simply stated, he said again this past day, Monday, in all capital letters, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president had already decided, according to a White House official, not to sign a statement that was being prepared by the G7 nations calling for de-escalation between Iran and Israel. Now, that's the latest evidence of a rift between Mr. Trump and other world leaders, acting with what appeared to be increasing confidence. Israel claimed full aerial superiority on Monday, telling residents of parts of Tehran to evacuate, hinting in advance that they're about to attack the state television complex, which they indeed did. That attack came. Anchors were live on the air at the time. Israel also said they had struck the headquarters of the elite Quds force in the Iranian capital, and Mr. Netanyahu declined to rule out targeting Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah. Of course, Iran continues to send barrages of ballistic missiles at Israel, some of which are making it through the Iron Dome. Iran's foreign minister, this is probably the most significant development over the past day, Iran's foreign minister signaling an openness to resuming talks with U.S. representatives about curtailing their nuclear development program. Now, we'll continue with more. Lots of developments over the past day there. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is defending his nation's military actions against Iran.
Iran expert and FIU professor Dr. Eric Lobb says both sides came to play.
This really speaks to the options and capabilities that both sides have.
Dr. Lobb says President Trump's intention is to keep Iranian leadership alive so a deal can be struck.
Degrade Iran's military capabilities with the hope or expectation that its political leadership remains intact and comes back to the negotiating table.
Dr. Lobb says Iran's biggest fear is U.S. intervention, something Israel wants. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Social Security's cost of living adjustment could go up 2.5% next year.
That's what analysts are predicting, but that could change depending on what effect President Trump's sweeping global tariffs have on prices. The adjustment is calculated based on price and inflation data from July, August, and September. The increase could go up if those numbers do too. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, who else we got checking in here early on? Not Jack the Third. Said, I want to hear people's stories. How and when you found the show. Where you listening from? Oh, Steve, you're correct. It's only Tuesday. I'm disappointed. I thought it was one day closer to the weekend. Okay. Yeah, it's only Tuesday. We got a long ways to go here. Just kind of getting things started. All right, West Michigan checking in. There's Crazy Ray checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 71 degrees at this hour. There's Gilligan. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. I've been in and out of off and on showers since Winchester, Virginia. I'm in Radford, Virginia now, 70 degrees. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, Bob Bell says, lots of Arizona ears. Steve, you could get a tax credit or two. Great show. Let me give you a little more on. We left off with the latest developments. The president returning to Washington a day early from what is the Group of Seven summit taking place in Canada. All right. As President Trump has been encouraging Vice President J.D. Vance and his Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, to offer to meet with the Iranians this week, according to several officials speaking anonymously. Now, if President Trump is genuine about diplomacy and interested in stopping this war, next steps are consequential, according to Iran's foreign minister. With civilian casualties climbing on both sides, this war seems likely to last weeks, not days. Israeli strikes have killed at least 224 in Iran, according to the Iranian health minister. Injured more than 1,400. In Israel, the government said at least 24 have perished, with roughly 600 injured there. Here's what else to know. As far as damage assessment, how successful Israel's strikes on Iran's nuclear sites have been, still unclear Monday, according to the head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog. Said there had been no additional damage since Friday to the enrichment plant site at Natanz, but that a loss of power there to that site may have damaged the centrifuges there. That brings me to, that was a separate scenario that I had come across this past morning. The International Atomic Energy confirming reports that radioactive contamination at the Natanz site, damaged by the ongoing strikes, is being detected. Israel destroyed the above-ground part of the Natanz nuclear facility. No indications of damage to the underground enrichment facilities. But again, as they said, the power outage may have affected the centrifuges. There is radioactive and chemical contamination coming from the site. Now, I said the contamination at this point was manageable. Radiation levels outside the Natanz facility remain unchanged. The type of radioactive contamination present inside the facility, described as mainly alpha particles, can be managed with appropriate protective measures, according to the Atomic Energy Organization. Grossi said he plans to visit the site anyway. I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation. Any military action that jeopardizes the safety and security of nuclear facilities risks grave consequences for the people of Iran as well as the region and beyond. Okay, from there, the strike on the news organization, Iran pretty much, they have what they call state-controlled media. Any of the broadcasters, a.k.a. journalists, they are very restricted on what they can and cannot say to the people of Iran. It is very censored media. Anyone that crosses a line will be arrested and pretty much killed. The Israeli attack on the headquarters of the state broadcaster, shaking the building, setting it on fire. The anchor that was actually live on the air at the time, it's kind of chilling to watch. It's a female speaker, but massive explosion. The screen goes dark behind her, and she runs away from the broadcast desk. Iran, they say, is often portrayed as a dangerous rogue state whose growing nuclear program and shadowy military capabilities threaten Israel, the United States, and others. But attacks on Iran since war erupted between Israel and Hamas in October of 23 have weakened the Iranian leadership as well as the proxy militias, as we know. And the current war just shows how compromised Iranian forces really are. And some Iranians are preparing for a long conflict, weighing how to find safety. There are long lines, thousands of vehicles packing highways trying to get out of Tehran. But many residents say they have no place to go. 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. I don't know if it was a cryptic message. Trump is known to do things like that. Yeah, recall here it's been, a few weeks? Has it been months? I don't know. Time flies when you're having fun. When he made the initial announcement about the tariffs on pretty much anybody and everybody. And a few days later, shortly before announcing that he was going to pause those tariffs for 90 days, when he kind of told everybody, it's a good time to buy stock right now. The message he posted this past day, kind of an ominous warning to the people of Tehran. And I quote, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, again, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. But he saved the most ominous line for last. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. What does that mean? Well, the U.S. has insisted on getting a deal done. Israel taking a more direct approach. As we know, the attacks have now entered day number 5. Of course, the heart of the matter, both in the U.S. negotiations and Israel's offensive, is Iran's insistence on enrichment of their uranium to weapons-grade levels. Now, Israeli warplanes are now able to fly freely over the capital, and Iranian counterattacks inflicting what's being described as minimal damage. Israeli leaders have little incentive to halt the assault before doing more to destroy the nuclear sites in Iran and further weaken the theocratic government's hold on power there. A little after that, reports surfaced that Trump, apparently at his wit's end with Iran, was preparing to make them a, quote, last chance offer. The caveat, as the Jerusalem Post noted, any such deal will be based on the American principle of zero uranium enrichment. While it's unclear whether Trump's recent Truth post has anything to do with his last chance, it is clear that he is serious about ending this without having American forces involved. That is something Iran obviously also desperately wants to avoid. But for now, Tehran has its warning: evacuate immediately. All right, got an email this past day from one of our listening friends. I guess he caught the podcast from the Monday morning program, saying, regarding today's show, you shared this story about tianeptine, a.k.a. gas station heroin. Yes, I recall that. He said, I'd like to share information of a podcast on Spotify about a product called Kratom, which sounds very similar to the gas station heroin. Yeah, this particular podcast indeed mentions tianeptine multiple times, but it's more in depth if you go to about the 48-minute mark. The podcast on Spotify is search engine. He sent me the link to that, so haven't had a chance to listen to that particular episode yet, but he said, I've been listening to you for years, off and on, as well as Bozo, Bill Mack, Dave Nemo, and others going back a few years. Always enjoyed listening to Brooklyn, Lone Ranger. Are they still around? Brooklyn passed a number of years ago. Lone Ranger's still with us at the moment. He is actually battling his own cancer fight at this point in time. But so say a prayer for the Lone Ranger. Said, I just started using Hot Shot Secret in the pickup truck. I had been using the other guy for years, although I don't hear it advertised anymore on your show. Maybe a competitor, right? That is 100% correct. But glad to find your show on Rumble. I actually seem to have better luck listening via the app. But thanks for all you do for us out here and the information on the trucking industry, politics, and everything else. But I hope this information sheds a little more light on what they're calling the gas station heroin and the other products that are out there from Jim, IR driver. Good to hear from you there. Thank you so much, Jim. All right, phone lines are open. Eagle going to be checking in out of the box. Looks like he says he's got an early delivery to make here this Tuesday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When we get to the industry headlines coming up here, kind of interesting this past day how you, the American truck driver, are playing a crucial role in the war in the Middle East via freight waves. We'll explain. It's pretty fascinating. Meanwhile, the latest on scams taking place out there, not only affecting the trucking industry, but people from all walks of life. Updates from the state of Tennessee and several others. This has been the trend that's been going for months. But apparently thousands and thousands of people continue to fall for the scam. Again, more on that coming up. I promise we get to Eagle. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you, Eagle. How's it going?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's about, what time is it now? Oh, okay, yeah, it's 12:47. Okay, yeah, you've been on the air for about 45 minutes, okay. Yeah, I was out of the truck. I didn't know you were going to get me on that fast. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to talk about tonight, man. The situation with Donald Trump look like it's getting real ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, I don't know, man. Donald Trump, Steve, I never really liked all this technology stuff, with the tweets and he's got his own deal, the Truth Social and all this. When you dealing with top secret, government information, Steve, dealing with, a potential conflict with Iran, I don't agree with the sending of the messages. He left the G7 deal early up in Canada, and before he left, he sent out a tweet saying that he told the people to evacuate Tehran. Now, he said that they've done everything they can. Why is he I'm just going to ask you this, why is he putting that type of information out on the internet? That should be between him and the people that he's working with. In the Defense Department and how they can come up with a strategy. Donald Trump doesn't need to be using social media, until, before they've even made a move. I don't understand that. Do you understand that situation? Why he's using that?
I think I just pretty much explained. He's telling Iran, here's your last chance right now. Make a deal, and that it's kind of cryptic when he says the people need to get out. Something I think hell's about to rain down on Tehran if they don't make a deal, But the people of Iran, they don't get any of that news. They don't get to hear any of that stuff. It's all censored there.
They don't have the a lot of they have cell phones, but like you say, they got it blocked. They got it blocked, so they can't
like China,
see this type
just like China. Correct. Yeah. They only get the They only get the information that the Iranian government lets them see and hear. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Oh, I thought they had the same thing going on that we got in the U.S. Over here. But yeah, like I say, something's definitely getting ready to go down, Steve. Like I say, Donald Trump, he's tired of dealing with them. They've had plenty of opportunities to make a deal, but they insist on having a nuclear weapon. So the clock is ticking, and I think the clock don't tick out on them. So if they don't make a move by the time Donald Trump get back to the White House tonight, tomorrow morning, all hell could break loose in Iran, and I feel bad for the innocent people that live there, but they got it. But unfortunately, this is how these people operate, Steve. These cowards, and that's what they are. They hide behind innocent people, thinking that other countries won't drop bombs or do this because they don't want to hurt innocent bystanders, or either to try to make you look bad. They say, well, look what Israel's doing. They killing innocent people. Well, you put those people in that position by putting your military things in places where civilians are at. So these people are nothing but the scum of the earth. And like Donald Trump said, you can't allow it. Like I said, they had plenty of opportunities. Iran, I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. They had 4 years to get a damn nuclear weapon. Because believe me, Joe Biden damn sure didn't try to stop them. If they didn't get a nuclear weapon in those 4 years, it's their own fault. They should have known if Trump got back in, and somebody like Trump, they're gonna put a stop to their nuclear program. So they can't blame nobody but themselves for not having a weapon by now. But like I said before, you can't let these people have a weapon, Steve. These people are too dangerous. The grand leader or supreme leader or whatever he is, this guy here is too dangerous to allow to. And I agree with Donald Trump. A lot of people are saying, well, why can't the U.S. just mind their own business? Let the guy do his thing. Let him get a weapon. No, not this guy. No, you can't turn your back on this guy, Steve. This guy is too dangerous. He wants to destroy Israel, and if he get a chance, he like to destroy the United States too. If he get an opportunity, so no, they got to eliminate this situation one way or the other. Like I say, a lot of people are saying, hopefully it don't come down to, I don't think it's gonna come down to what the U.S. did, to Japan, Steve. When they dropped that, atom bomb, a nuclear bomb on there, Hiroshima. I don't think the U.S. is capable of that. Hopefully Trump won't do nothing like that, but they definitely gonna get ready to do some heavy duty bombarding on Iran, and they gonna regret it. I don't know. Did you see that one video, Steve? I think you say you saw it, and you just to show people how much damage a bomb can do. When that news reporter was on TV, it made a live TV report. And a bomb blew up, and you should have seen it. The woman got the hell out of there real fast when that bomb blew. So it just shows you how much damage these things can do when they hit. And so it's going to be coming down on them real soon, and they'll regret it. I guarantee you, before it's all said and done, Steve, in the next couple of days, that guy who's ever in charge of Iran, I'll guarantee you, he gonna pick up that telephone, and he gonna pick it up real fast. After Donald Trump do what he getting ready to do in the next couple of days, he gonna be glad to make that phone call to make a deal with the United States. I promise you that, because my man, all hell about to come down on Iran in the next couple of days, Steve. And like I said before, I guarantee you he pick up that telephone when it's all said and done. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, there you go. Eagle, have a good morning. Safe travels out there. Yeah, it's like, you can guess your best. But if you say, I think what Donald Trump, when he said, hey, I gave you 60 days. When day 61 rolled around, the attacks began. And now that they're continuing day after day, and they're striking more, it's harming Iran. They hit an oil facility. They hit a gas facility. Now, they only partially destroyed But the message was being sent to them, if you'd like this entire facility to be leveled, they're giving them warning shots, and even trying to give them advance notice. They told them, we're going to hit your state broadcast television. Yeah, they've got free reign of the skies, which is hard to imagine over Iran right now. But all right, so lines available. What's on your mind? 844-3388. Get a new day underway, working our way, 17th day of June already. Wow. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Very good day for both of our countries, a real sign of strength. So thank you again, Donald. A really important day for both of us.
President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom.
We just signed it, and it's done. And so we have our trade agreement.
Trump made the announcement with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the G7 summit in Canada. Trump calls it a fair deal for both. He and Starmer showed the signed documents to reporters. The exact terms of that deal were not disclosed. President Trump warned Iran to stay away from U.S. targets as its conflict with Israel escalates.
Iran should be prepared for all of America's might to descend upon them if they go after and target Americans or American bases or installations in the Middle East.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterated the president's point on Fox News Sunday.
What I would suggest to Iran is that they not target Americans in any of this, because if they do, they better be prepared, because we will respond.
The South Dakota Republicans' comments echoed President Trump's post on Truth Social. It warned if the U.S. is attacked in any way, shape, or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Bernie Sanders is backing Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort to end pharmaceutical advertising.
The Vermont Independent Senator and Maine Independent Senator Angus King introduced the End Prescription Drug Ads Now Act, which would ban prescription drug advertising on TV if passed. Sanders says the pharmaceutical industry spent more than $5 billion on TV ads in 2024, contributing to the high price of health care. Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy Jr. has expressed support. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. The S&P 500 added 56 points. The NASDAQ rose 294 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Children's Hospital in L.A. is closing its Center for Trans Youth Health and Development.
It is also closing its gender-affirming care surgical program. Hospital officials cite challenges brought on by shifting policy landscape. They also cite executive orders from President Trump, the state's budget crisis, and threats to cut funding. CHLA says its ability to provide essential care to low-income kids and teens would be heavily impacted if it loses access to federal funds. I'm Daniel Martindale.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
The Food and Drug Administration said hundreds of thousands of cans of Dr. Pepper Zero are being recalled due to being mislabeled as a zero sugar product.
The recalled cans contain the full amount of sugar included in classic Dr. Pepper. This could be potentially dangerous for people who are sensitive to sugar, including those with diabetes. The recall affects over 19,000 cases of 12 packs and 24 packs of Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar 12-ounce cans that were distributed in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. The recalled soda cans have a best buy date of February 16th, 2026. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A World War II-era bomb has washed ashore on a Florida beach.
Children playing at Inglewood Beach, south of Sarasota, found the inactive bomb. It was covered in barnacles. Authorities identified it as a suspected MK-15 airdrop bomb. It was transported to MacDill Air Force Base for further examination. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us as we close out a Monday. Make our way into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. 17th day of June coming on. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. Got to pick it up where we left off there. Things escalating at a rapid pace in the Middle East. Word this evening comes down about a little before 9 o'clock. President Trump has directed the National Security Staff in D.C. to convene in the White House Situation Room. this past evening as the conflict between Israel and Iran intensified. Now, the official did not say if Trump directed them to convene immediately or to be there when he got back from the G7 summit there. And I have no idea exactly what time he would get in there after cutting short his visit to Canada. Newsmax reached out to the White House for comment. Now, the Israel and Iran intensified their military exchanges where they are well into their Tuesday there as the conflict enters day number 5. Iranian media reported several explosions and heavy air defense fire in Tehran once again. Explosions reported in Tehran's east and southeast. Witnesses told Iranian dissident media site Iran International. They also reported that witnesses said there were multiple explosions in Havas, in southwest Iran. According to the Iranian news website, air defense systems have been activated at the Iranian nuclear facility in the city of Natanz once again. Now, hours before those explosions were reported, President Trump had called on Iranian civilians to immediately evacuate Tehran, as we had just touched on. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the deployment of additional defensive capabilities to the Middle East as the conflict continues to intensify. He did not disclose what military capabilities, but Reuters was the first to report on Monday a deployment of a large number of U.S. military refueling aircraft and the movement of an aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Protecting U.S. forces is our top priority. These deployments are intended to enhance our defensive posture in the region, according to the post from Hegseth. All I can say is, and we heard that mentioned, where Netanyahu had actually, I guess, asked Donald Trump for his sign-off, allowing him to take out the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, as numerous top military officials, many of whom had been part of the negotiations with U.S. intermediaries over the past couple of months, have been taken out in those early waves. They're dead. Many are saying Trump has to have someone to be able to negotiate with. And maybe he's feeling that the Ayatollah, because the Ayatollah is the one that ultimately makes the final call on any decisions that are made there in the country of Iran. Iran has a supreme leader, an Ayatollah. Iran also has a president. But the president doesn't get to make the final call on anything. The Ayatollah is the one ultimately that makes all those decisions. It sounds like with all this coming together at the same time, he's really sending the message to the leadership there. Stop messing around. We keep telling you, make a deal, make a deal. Now, apparently, Iranian leadership, according, I think I had the report here. Yes, Iran has sent messages to both Israel and the United States that they want to come to the table. Reports of Iran's eagerness to end the fight as Israeli fighters attacking regime institutions in Tehran. As we mentioned, including the state broadcaster, they have total dominance of Iranian airspace. And the report says Iran has been urgently signaling it seeks an end to hostilities and the resumption of talks over the nuclear programs, sending messages to Israel and the United States via the Arab intermediaries, Middle Eastern and European officials, both saying Tehran has told Arab officials they would be open to returning to the negotiating table as long as the United States does not join the attack. Iran also passed messages to Israel saying it is in the interest of both sides to keep this violence contained. Of course, Netanyahu said the attacks will continue until the nuclear program and their ballistic missiles are destroyed. No indication that he's ready to stop. He also said regime change is not a goal, but it could be a result, given the Iranian leadership's weakness. Israel unlikely to relent until they have destroyed most or all of Iran's ballistic missile launchers. As of yesterday, reports are saying Israel had taken out 1/3 of Iran's missile launch capabilities. They will also continue fighting to destroy as much of their remaining nuclear facilities as possible. It is not clear whether Iran has explicitly offered to end their nuclear enrichment program, but that is pretty much the demand of President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. It is 844-844-3388. All right, let's get to, not sure who we got on board, not seeing a name there. Who we got on the line?
Steve, how's it going today, buddy?
Doing well.
Just sitting here watching the show. My little sister Candace wants to happy birthday to my little sister Candace.
Happy birthday to Candace.
Candace Wiener fit in your mouth.
Okay, I don't know who that would be, but let me see. How do you do that? Ban caller. Click. Kind of wondered about that when you see him listening in the background. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Boy, I got to follow that.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, did you happen to see that there's going to be a new cellular network out here, or is being unveiled? The Trump cellular network?
Something about a cell phone network made in the USA. I saw a headline. I didn't really pull up the rest of the story.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like $49 a month or something. It's supposed to be an affordable plan. So I don't know what the whole deal is, what deal they got worked out to be able to get phone plans and phones and all that stuff, all the hardware and everything that you have to go with it. But it'll be interesting. I mean, we're back to being monopolized here. I mean, you got AT&T and you got Verizon pretty much. There's a couple other little ones out there. I guess you got your T-Mobile there, but everything one tries to keep buying more and more. And so, I remember back in the day, the government broke up, the old AT&T, Ma Bell, and broke it all back up into all its little divisions it had. So I don't know, maybe the monopoly shouldn't be going on the way it did. And that's kind of what the internet was. I mean, you had Facebook and Twitter and I don't know, I guess TikTok was kind of there at that point, but maybe it's good to have Truth Social and Rumble and a few more platforms out there so everything isn't dominated by one major thing in the market.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, we'll have to keep an eye on that, see what that is. But of course, it's American if it has Trump's name on it, right? So I guess we'll have to look into that. And I did catch one thing there, flipping through. Did you hear anything about the last 76 days in office that Biden had? That they doled out $93 billion, B with, like
billion with the B, billion
dollars.
Yes. Yep.
To all these pretty much non-vetted, no business plan organizations. How did they get away with that, Your Honor? How did they get away with giving out $93 billion in the last 76 days? Of taxpayer money.
Had to find a way to, any money that was available to be appropriated, it's like with the government, it's use it or lose it. So they had to get rid of all that money ASAP before Trump came in.
Okay. So, I don't know. I guess we better check into these places and see if they're expected to repay or anything or all that and see keep track of some of that money. But anyways, maybe Doge is all up to date on that. But anyways, there. So the deal there in Iran with watching that newscast, there was a woman on the TV, Your Honor. How is there a woman
in Iran? Yeah, that is odd, isn't it? Yeah.
And not only was there a woman on the TV, you could see her face. I thought in Iran they had to have their faces covered up.
Yeah.
So I just kind of curious about that there. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess they didn't, just gave them a warning shot there to let them know that the building was possibly in danger, because I mean that they were rebroadcasting again from another studio without any difficulty. So they didn't take them off the air by any means. But yeah, certainly over there is no TikTok or Facebook or anything for the people to look at that the government doesn't want them to see.
And that's, several, I mentioned that to Eagle. He, like he wasn't aware of that. And I did hear, and I can't recall who it was the other day, when this all kind of first started, saying it would, if Elon Musk wanted to do something for the world, it would be the greatest thing he could do to open up free Starlink to the people of Iran.
Just flood it with the free internet.
Right. So, I mean, I get why he hasn't done that. I kind of wonder. But at the same time, how would the people, if he opened it up, and it might be. I mean, if he opened it up, how would they know that they could actually get news from the rest of the world on their phone for free?
Well, the other thing is they're so used to having things being controlled that if they did start getting that, they would probably be in fear of what propaganda it was and how they were being tracked. I mean, they probably figured they were being tracked by their own government using it, and they'd be the next ones to be eliminated if they got caught using it.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a very touchy thing too, that if you get caught using something you're not supposed to over there, and they're all programmed to turn in each other's neighbors. I mean, they might even be family members turning in family members. But if if you find somebody over there doing something they're not only does the person doing it wrong get in trouble, but if you knew about it, you get in trouble with them.
Yeah.
You probably get the same sentence that they do, which, as you said, a lot of times is death. But anyways, so as far as the aircraft carrier goes, I heard a report that it was going to be the USS Nimitz that was going to be one of the ones being sent over. I guess that would be a caution for Iran to step back and take a look at, because I don't believe that warship is anything to be messed with as well. So, talk about what the Army put on display there in Washington, D.C. here over the weekend, and you send the Nimitz over there. It's a pretty good sized ship that has a lot of capabilities to. So
I'm thinking, when I saw that, I said to myself, I'm kind of wondering, the back of my mind, I presume could a B-2 launch from an aircraft carrier? Because I'm not sure. If they're too large.
Yeah, that would be somebody that we'd have to ask that's more involved in the naval services there to see what could be put on deck and have room to take off.
But undoubtedly,
and
we undoubtedly have B-2 capabilities at some of those other bases there in the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
and how much can we fly out of the United States and go over the Arctic Circle and come back down? I mean,
and the fact
it's not that really that far away.
And the fact that they said we're sending multiple refueling aircraft to the region. I mean, it all sounds like we're making preparations, to join the air assault.
Yep. Or at least assist them. I mean, with refuel, if they have refueling capabilities with their planes flying, that they could keep them down that way instead of having to bring them back to Israel to land them to refuel them if they don't have the air in-flight capabilities of refueling. So, yeah, be interesting to see where we're all at. But I think the progression is going on, and everybody better sit back and hold on tight, because I don't think it's going to last as long as the Ukraine-Russia thing is going on. So, anyways, I don't know. Other than that, I sent you a screenshot there from the TV last night.
It's too hot. You big wimp. It's too hot.
Yeah, well, just read what the numbers are on that little picture I sent. 9,900, and that's just the actual temperature. That's not even the feel like heat indice temperature. So, I mean, that's just getting to be the point. We don't need to be that hot.
You got a few warm days coming your way, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, but you want to know something? After Friday, the days start getting shorter.
Yep, sure do.
So, anyways, Your Honor, I guess other than that, we got all kinds of blobs of showers around. We had a low to the east and a low to the west and a high to the north, and I don't know. They said something about having a major roadblock going on. So the moisture's coming from the low to the east, in from the ocean, and bringing moisture in, and moisture's coming up from the south with the low to the west, and the high's just sitting there not letting anything go anywhere. So, So we're stuck in this mess for at least today and tomorrow, and maybe into Thursday, and then we have all the heat trapped here as well. So, but yeah, that extended forecast, that 100 degrees, 90s, 100 degrees, that goes on for almost all of next week by the looks of it. So, I guess that qualifies as a genuine heat wave, doesn't it?
Now that and then some.
Then some. There you absolutely. So, all right, Your Honor. I guess with that, we'll see what's going on, and maybe we'll give you a call back there in the loneliest hours here, because we're going to be out all night.
Got a full night. Actually, got people actually ordering propane right now. Okay. Let's see. Again, from Freight Waves, you get the rest of the story. The U.S.-Israel military relationship, the cornerstone of Middle Eastern geopolitics, underpinning one of the nation's most advanced militaries, from F-35 jets dominating the skies to the Iron Dome interceptors neutralizing threats. The steady flow of U.S.-made weapons, munitions, and technology ensures Israel's qualitative military edge, formalized all the way in the 1960s. This partnership has made the United States Israel's primary arms supplier, driven by shared strategic interests. The 2016 Memorandum of Understanding solidified that commitment, pledging $38 billion in military aid from 2018 to 2028, $33 billion for weapons procurement, $5 billion for missile defense. The robust supply chain delivers everything from precision-guided munitions to the cutting-edge aircraft, reinforcing Israel's defense capabilities with predominantly American-made equipment. The U.S.-Israel military supply chain operating through three key mechanisms, each ensuring a seamless flow of those critical assets. First, you've got foreign military sales. The Pentagon's Defense Security Cooperation Agency oversees the FMS program, foreign military sales. The primary channel for transferring U.S.-made military equipment to Israel. Since October of 23, over 100 FMS transactions has delivered thousands of smart bombs, bunker-busting munitions, and small arms. Many of these transfers actually bypass standard congressional oversight for expedited delivery, enabling near immediate deployment of critical supplies, an efficient pipeline for urgent operational needs. Through this program, Israel receives $3.3 billion annually, a dedicated credit line for purchasing U.S.-made defense equipment. That funding supports major acquisitions such as the F-35 program, with 36 of 75 planned jets delivered by last year. FMF creates a virtuous cycle. Israel bolsters its military capabilities while U.S. defense contractors maintain that steady production, supporting American jobs and industry. Established in the 1990s, the WRSA-1 is a U.S.-owned stockpile in Israel, holding an estimated $1.8 billion in munitions, missiles, vehicles. This strategic reserve, they say, accessible with congressional approval, serves as an emergency arsenal for rapid mobilization during conflicts, which would be like right now. But those key players in the supply chain, the Department of Defense and Management Operations, some of the major defense contractors here in the U.S., Lockheed Martin, manufactures the F-35 Lightning II, a cornerstone of Israel's air superiority. Raytheon producing the Iron Dome interceptor missiles. How many hundreds of those, or not thousands maybe, have been launched over the last 5 days? It is critical for missile defense. Boeing supplies the precision-guided munitions, including the likes of smart bombs. But the supply chain, the U.S. supply chain, is moving all this. Yeah, you actually play a role in that.
Hello. USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Governor Gavin Newsom and President Trump are still at odds over the National Guard troops on the streets of L.A.
A 3-judge panel is expected to hear arguments from both sides. Newsom says the National Guard is under his jurisdiction, and Trump only sent them to instill fear in the community. President Trump says he has the right to federalize the troops, and they were sent to protect law enforcement. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Tim Walz is distancing himself from a man suspected of killing a state legislator and her husband, as well as wounding a state senator and his wife.
Vance Belter is a suspect in the weekend shootings. He was appointed to a state advisory board by Walz in 2019. Walz's office says the governor did not know Belter and emphasized that it was not an appointment to a position in the governor's office or cabinet. A friend and roommate of Belter told reporters that Belter voted for President Trump and was a strong supporter of the president. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. You got woke up this past evening a little early. The son stopped by to say hello. Happy Father's Day. That's right. Yeah, slightly belated, but that's okay. I know I think he was working on Sunday and said Happy Father's Day right back to him. But, got a few days off this week, and he said, well, we were going to go to Kings Island, the amusement park. Said then we heard they're telling people to keep your mouth closed when you're riding like the roller coasters or anything that goes fast due to the cicada invasion. It's amazing. I guess that park is maybe 20 miles away from the secret bunker here. Yeah. So not that far, but the difference from the secret bunker to there is this particular brood of cicadas this year. Yeah, somewhere in between here and there. We're right on that borderline where we don't have a cicada one here. Nada. But that few miles away, there is an invasion. Hundreds of millions of the damn things. And our local news broadcast this past evening said there's a roar being heard throughout Kings Island in Mason, Ohio. But it's not from the crowds and the roller coasters. It is brood number 14 of the cicadas that have made their way to the surface this summer. This brood 14, was first seen by the Pilgrims in 1634. There's a little bit of American history involved with this particular brood. According to Mount St. Joe's University, they've been emerging a little bit later than we expected in some places. Batavia, Ohio, just had an emergence last week, whereas Loveland, it started 2 weeks ago. The Scripps News Group went up to the area outside of Kings Island, and almost every tree is covered with the cicadas. Yeah, their song can be heard all around. But several folks over the weekend sharing their experiences at Kings Island. Yeah, you're roaring down the hill of a roller coaster, the Beast or the Bat, and keep your mouth shut. You might get a mouthful of cicada. Yummy, yummy. So I don't know if they're going to postpone their trip. This invasion, this emergence, it lasts for a couple of weeks, and then they're gone for another 17 years. All right, as I move to other industry headlines, let's turn the page. I got a couple of things I'm putting together for you here, and we'll kind of break it down and roll it all together. I think in this country, or pretty much anywhere in the world, we are setting ourselves up for potential disaster with the inception of more and more artificial intelligence, and particularly when it comes to the autonomous vehicle technology. Of course, not only cars, but the autonomous trucks that have been rolling in Texas and other areas around the country. We'll start with the word from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration just this past day, who say they plan to make it easier for automated vehicles that do not meet FMCSA standards to get an exemption. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announcing that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will streamline their Part 555 exemption process, which allows manufacturers to sell up to 2,500 motor vehicles per year that are not fully compliant. That includes vehicles that do not have traditional steering wheels, driver-operated brakes, or rear-view mirrors. To get the exemption, manufacturers have to demonstrate that the vehicle can meet an equivalent level of safety, they say. The Part 555 exemption process has been rightly criticized for taking years, bogging developers down in unnecessary red tape that makes it impossible to keep pace with the latest technologies, according to Duffy. We've streamlined this process to remove another barrier to transportation innovation in the U.S. to ensure American autonomous vehicle companies can outcompete the international rivals and maintain safety. In a letter to the industry stakeholders, the Highway Traffic Safety Administration Chief Counsel said that the current exemption process experienced prolonged review times. Reviews of requests involving automated driving system have tended to require extensive follow-up with applications since most ADS operations evolve over time. As the technology matures, developing static terms and conditions for the entire lifespan of an exempted vehicle is challenging and very time-sensitive. So long story short there, we are streamlining the process to put more autonomous vehicles, cars and trucks, on the roadways. Now, they said that they will provide more information about the streamlined process when the new application instructions are posted on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website. The autonomous vehicle industry applauding this change, citing it as an important step forward in the Department of Transportation's commitment in advancing autonomous vehicle policy as far as regulations in this country, supporting the safe, timely deployment of autonomous vehicles in the United States. He had more to say, but I want to flip the page as we're going to put these two together. How many of us, listeners to this program, callers and others, have been saying for quite some time that all this modern technology, there is no unhackable system. Even the best and brightest computer engineers, even in Defense Department programs, Internal Revenue Service, you name it, what you would think are the most secure computer systems in the world, from time to time are compromised. What about the potential for autonomous vehicles, especially coupled with artificial intelligence, which seems to be getting a bit belligerent these days? Word comes down, artificial intelligence-driven vehicles indeed stand the chance of being hijacked by terrorists, used to deliver mass casualty attacks without the need of a suicide bomber. So warns the United Nations report. The report entitled Algorithms and Terrorism: The Malicious Use of Artificial Intelligence for Terrorist Purposes, details ways this emerging technology could be weaponized, first covered by the Times. Self-driving cars, drones, and other automated systems to target crowded public spaces could all be seized and remotely controlled by terrorists to deliver deadly consequences in crowded public spaces. Vehicles, particularly cars, vans, and trucks, have long been used in terrorist attacks. They went on to say, reflecting on the extensive history of terrorism and vehicles, increased autonomy in cars could well be an amendable development for terror groups, allowing them to effectively carry out one of their most traditional types of attacks remotely, without the need for one of their followers to sacrifice his or her life or risk being apprehended. The report also makes clear its efforts should serve as an early warning for potential malicious uses and abuses of artificial intelligence by terrorists, and help the global community, industry, and governments to proactively think about what can we do collectively to ensure these new technologies are being used to bring good, not harm. Now, across the pond, the findings highlighted the need for Britain's security services and police to prepare for an artificial intelligence-directed attack. He told the Times the likelihood of coordinated attacks using hijacked or even self-made autonomous vehicles in the near future, i.e. 5-10 years, currently is moderate to high. This should be on the radar for all national security services and practitioners as a possible threat. Terrorist groups hijacking artificial intelligence-driven vehicles to launch mass casualty attacks is a real, currently limited threat, but with increasing potential with each passing day as this technology matures and proliferates through more and more. How much damage could a fully loaded tractor-trailer hijacked autonomously? How much devastation could be unfolded? We've seen the devastation of just simple car bombs in an automobile packed with explosives doing incredible damage. Are we setting ourselves up for potential future, the unintended consequences? I'll use that slogan once again.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, we'll get back to the calls, rolling into a brand new day. And good morning to Philip. I guess we're getting our week started here on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I took off yesterday. Had to take off for some family stuff, and that's just the way it rolls, buddy. But you were talking about what could something like that do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I got to thinking, we saw what 2 500,000-pound airplanes could do back a long time ago, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
We saw what a 26-foot box truck could do in Oklahoma City, right?
City, yeah, that incredible devastation. Yep.
So don't underestimate anybody. That's one of my big doubts about autonomous stuff is, AI is just like anything else that's on this earth that's been man-made. It's only as good as the person who builds it. So, and if there is a back door to get into it, there's going to be somebody out there that wants to figure out how to disrupt somebody else's life. I hate to say it that way and be the bearer of bad news, but there's too many people out there with computers that want to screw with people, for lack of a better way of saying it, or mess with people. And that's the problem in this whole big scheme of things. What do you think, Steve?
No doubt about it.
If everybody would leave well enough alone and do what the machine is made for and what it's intended for, they'd be better off than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, let's take a look at it. Okay, so Elon Musk right now, he ain't letting some astronauts go to a space station, right? Because space station's got a leak, right? That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. Have you heard any more about it, Steve? I haven't heard any current updates on the Axiom flight that's supposed to take off. But they've grounded that until they can fix this leak up at the space station. Now, the hardware's giving out. We got to figure out something there. I think we're going to have to put her in the wind before it's over with, Steve. I mean, what's your feelings on the space station, Steve? Do you think it's about time to say see you later?
I honestly hadn't heard of. There's a leak on the station itself, or the Axiom rocket that was supposed to be going to the station.
From what I understand, and we all know it's been there. The Russians have a leak on their side of the space station.
Okay.
It's been there for years.
Mm-hmm.
From what I'm understanding is Elon is not sending his astronauts for their safety. And let me tell you something, Steve. These people are the ones from Axiom that are going up there. They're the ones that are going to build a space station. Now, if the people that are going to build a space station don't trust going up to it, something's wrong with that thing. So that's from the information I've been gathering is Elon don't want that thing to go up there because he don't want to jeopardize his folks.
Okay.
And and it's kind of, didn't we hear this before with Sonny and you know, Butch, and you know, the space station, from what I've read and I've seen interviews and I've studied over a bunch of stuff that the astronauts, you know, their interviews and they ask them, you know, what's it like to be on the space station? You know, what's the sounds like and all that kind of stuff. Essentially, from what I understand is, it's like you're inside of a can. You don't know what's happening outside of you. And you're hearing all kinds of creaking. You're hearing all kinds of crap going on outside. Okay? And it gives me anxiety just thinking about it. You know, because even going through a hurricane down here, you know, you're boarded up. You hear stuff hitting the house. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if a tree's fell. You don't know. You hear stuff cracking. It's the same thing with this space station. You're up there, you hear stuff hitting it, you don't know what's going on. You know? Now, can you picture being somebody like Butch or Sonny and be hearing that noise all the time for a year?
Right. No.
And then everybody wonders why is it going on like it is? Well, there you go. Now, I've got some sad kind of news. I mean, I kind of see how the times are going. You know, the situation with Israel and whatnot. But I think we're stepping up our military program, Steve. I really think we're stepping it up, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I got some information yesterday that was put out to all of us that live in the area where I live at. We are going to start bomb testing again at Ocala. Okay? Mm-hmm. We're going to bomb test. They sent out a message to all of us out here that they're going to be testing for the next 2 weeks. They're going to be testing from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 2 o'clock in the morning at night. Okay? And when I hear stuff like that, that tells me something's getting ready to go down or they're getting ready for something. What's your feelings on that one, Steve?
Quite interesting. I mean, what are they actually testing? Do you have any ideas?
They are not telling anybody. They just sent a message out to everybody down here. They sent it through the local media. They said that they are going to be testing for 2 weeks. They said that you will be hearing
loud booms.
A lot of loud booms and a lot of strange noises. Now, you think about it, Steve. I'm 40 miles from Ocala. From the bomb range, I'm about 35, 40. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's quite a ways away from this now. The last time we heard anything like big was when they were testing the Moab. Now, if they're saying this now, makes me wonder what's going down the pike. Are they getting ready for something? Are they testing something? You know, it's hard to explain, but there's certain indicators. I mean, Steve, the market, I heard the other day the market went blitzo with this deal with Israel and Iran. Have you seen the market? Has it rebounded any?
It came back about 300 points yesterday.
Okay. Well, let's see. Just watch that market and definitely watch your oil. Now, I haven't bought any fuel since Sunday, but watch your oil. I mean, it was down when I went Sunday. How's it up there by y'all?
Prices probably jumped. I think we had been as low as $2.79, and now we're back to $3.19.
Okay. I paid $2.87 for regular, just unleaded on Sunday.
Okay.
And that's what I paid. But, you know, there's a lot of things. I mean, this world's a strange place. And you know, I'm thinking about some of the stuff. And Steve, also, did you see the interview between Stephen Colbert and Pam Bondi?
No, I did not.
I am trying to find a copy of that interview. I've been looking around and been trying to find a copy of it because I've read a lot of different articles about it, seen a lot of different things about it, saying that she shut him down, he shut her down, whatever. But I want to see that because I heard that she went and literally stopped the jokes right immediately and turned the thing around. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I know it was over a month ago when she did this. I didn't even realize it when it happened. And by the way, folks, if anybody's on I-4, we had a vehicle accident down here yesterday. I don't know if you heard about it or not, Steve. It was a semi, and they shut down I-4 for 10 hours. Did you see anything about that?
I did see, and I can't recall what it was.
Now I've got to go right close to where it was at. We'll see how. I think it's wide open now, but they had a tanker. It was either a tanker fire or a fertilizer fire, one or the other. I've heard misleading reports. I'm still reading about it, trying to figure out what's going on. But supposedly shut the westbound side down for 10 hours. It shut the eastbound side down for about 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So now I know you're going into your new.
Yeah, we're hitting our top of the hour. Yes, oil prices were down early Monday, but then when Trump said everybody in Tehran needs to get the hell out, oil prices started to climb once again. We're looking right now at Brent crude at $73.57 per barrel. U.S. West Texas at $72.06, according to the figures I'm seeing here.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in.
President Trump thinks Russia should be a part of the current G7 summit in Canada. While speaking about trade, Trump said former President Obama worked to kick Russia out.
It used to be the G8. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake.
He said there would be no war in Ukraine if Russia was still in the group. The president also spoke about trade, saying his primary focus will be on working through tariffs with Canada during the current meeting. President Trump is not backing down on ICE raids that have sparked over a week's worth of protests in L.A.
On Sunday, Trump announced he is directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. He mentioned increasing enforcement actions in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and other cities he considers the core of the Democrat power center. Trump made the announcement a day after No Kings protests against his policies were held in major cities across the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Karen Reed is being denied a motion to amend verdict slips as the jury deliberates in her murder retrial in Massachusetts. Today, Reed explained why her lawyers wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, ranging from involuntary manslaughter to drunk driving.
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing and have said as much, so we just wanted to avoid that again.
Her lawyers say not having the not guilty option on those charges led to a deadlocked jury, but the judge disagrees. Her lawyers say Reed is being framed by police for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. She's been charged with second-degree murder, accused of hitting him with her SUV in 2022 and leaving him to die in a snowstorm. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. The S&P 500 added 56 points. The Nasdaq rose 294 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Security for lawmakers is increased in New York City and New Jersey following this weekend's killing of state lawmakers in Minnesota.
Meanwhile, New York Senator Chuck Schumer is asking the Capitol Police to increase security for senators.
We're all shaken by the horrifying shootings, murders that occurred in Minnesota. When I heard it, it was like a punch gut to the stomach.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says the state has increased security for all public officials. Vance Bolter was captured after allegedly killing state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, as well as shooting and injuring Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The FDA is expanding the approval of Moderna's RSV vaccine.
The expansion will include individuals 18 to 59 years of age who are at increased risk for severe illness from RSV. It was previously only licensed for adults age 60 years and older. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Pope is preaching peace to fellow White Sox fans. Thousands packed Rate Field on Saturday to celebrate the historic election of a Chicago native to Pope Leo XIV, who addressed the crowd via a live stream.
To share that message of hope with one another in outreach, in service, and looking for ways to make our world a better place gives true life to all of us. And it's a sign of hope for the whole world.
The event was hosted by the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Sopich. The event was held at Rate Field because the Pope is a longtime White Sox fan. I'm Anthony Lucero, and this is USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour as we continue to follow developments. All eyes on the Middle East. Well, let me get back to finish up with what Philip mentioned here a few moments ago. I guess that just came down over the past day where residents there in Florida, which he got the message himself. Naval Air Station Jacksonville has announced the U.S. Navy will be conducting live bomb training exercises at the Pine Castle Range Complex in the Ocala National Forest now through June 22nd. Training operations are scheduled to occur daily between 2 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. Residents in the area may hear loud booms during this time. Officials are advising wildlife may be temporarily displaced during the bombing periods. Drivers traveling through the Ocala National Forest and surrounding areas should use extreme caution. Residents are also encouraged to secure any items around their homes that might attract wildlife. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission reminds residents to stay alert for larger animals, including black bears. Now, I would presume there's training exercises that happen at any given time all around the country. Our military, that's what they do. They train. And on occasions, they will do live military active bombing campaigns. And what is a bit more concerning to me at this hour, as we just mentioned briefly there, the blurb had come down as the president exits the G7 summit early from Canada due to, as he said, what's going on in the Middle East. Headline: President Trump has requested the National Security Council be prepared in the Situation Room as he gets back from the G7 summit this morning. The White House spokeswoman confirming the report, stating earlier the White House said leaving the confab a day early to return to Washington because of what's going on, again, in the Middle East. Now, what does that mean? It's not often that these things happen. Here's a quick search says, the term Situation Room activated refers to the formal process of initiating the White House Situation Room, a secure communications and crisis management center. This activation typically occurs during significant national or international events or crises, ensuring the president and key advisors have access to real-time information and can make informed decisions. This is not an everyday thing, folks. Now, what is the Situation Room? It is a 24/7 watch and alert center that provides the president, national security advisor, and other NSC staff with current intelligence and open source information to support national security policy formulation and implementation. Established in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs invasion, the Situation Room was designed to be a dedicated crisis management center. It is located in the West Wing of the White House. This complex includes a main conference room, often called the JFK Room, a secure video transmission site, and a watch floor, which serves as a command center for coordinating secure feeds. The Situation Room underwent significant renovation in 2023, including upgrades to security, technology, servers, computers, audio equipment, the overall design. Now, the Situation Room has been used in numerous significant events, including the raid that killed Osama bin Laden at the time. Now, I don't know, how concerned should we be? Leaving the G7, back to D.C., immediately to meet in the Situation Room. Welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, folks don't know too much about the Situation Room. There's a picture of Hillary Clinton when they went, I believe it was the Saddam Hussein when they killed him. She was actually in that room when that went down with Obama and those guys. And there's a picture of her, like, looking very distraught, like she'd seen something that that was really horrific. And that room is encased in concrete, and it's one of those places that the president can go to and basically can sit there and see anything. I mean, they see it real time. The way it is now with all these body cams, soldiers today, they have body cams on them. You hear about, everybody sees all these movies and thinks this and that, but no, it's legit. It's the real deal. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of these law enforcement body cams could be made to do the same thing with the amount of funding. If the municipalities could get it, could see it real time. And if they can see a semi driver or truck driver driving a semi real time, they can pull that up. I'm pretty sure they can see a soldier out there in the field real time. And it's one of those sad realities that we're in now, Steve. And I wanted to ask you, how did the protests go up in Cincinnati over the weekend?
There's a good crowd. University of Cincinnati. I heard no word of any violence, anything getting out of, no riots, no looting. It was pretty much a true peaceful protest.
All right, in my area here, they had 3 people that got arrested. And one guy got arrested because he started hitting somebody, and they found out he had a brass knuckles on him, and they took him away immediately. Another one was a lady hit somebody with a sign, and another one was a gentleman popped somebody in the face. All right, and that's all they had in the area where I'm at. And that was in Ocala. That wasn't even like where I live at. All the areas where we were, everything was pretty much peaceful. Matter of fact, over in New Smyrna, they had one side of the street was Trump and one side of the street was the No Kings thing. And the people yelled at cars all day long, pretty much from what I seen on the news. But it just amazes me, Steve. I sit down and I look at him like, we here in America, we're a bunch of spoiled brats. I hate to say it that way. I know my mother used to use that term. Possibly your mother used to use that term.
Yep.
But it's the daggum truth. If we would sit down and respect what we got at our beck and call at any time here, we'd be in a lot better shape than what we are. So, all right, Steve, well, I'm going to get going. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me, and everybody have a safe day.
Philip, safe travels. Off to work we go. Rolling into a Tuesday. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what Plowboy has going on. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Well, not too much. 80 degrees up here in Kansas City. But don't look like we're going to stay dry very much longer. Main reason why I was calling, you just aggravated the hell out of me when you read that about they're all this autonomous vehicles.
Hijacking the autonomous technology. Yep.
Well, not only that, sir. Not only that. Here's what really gets me. Without the bomb, without anything, any device on it, it's a 3,000-pound bomb in itself or more, closer to 6 in some of these vehicles. We've already seen San Fran, where we had way more vehicles running over fire hoses and all that crap. What's next? Are they going to shut off the radar communication system and just drive through? What happened over where at France here? A year, 2 or 3 ago when they just drove in a crowd and they weren't protesting.
Several locations. Yeah, I think they had one in Germany. Yeah, people using a box truck or a vehicle just to plow through the crowds. Hell, we had the event there in New Orleans.
Yes, sir. I forgot about it. Yes, sir. Thank you. And I guess I had attempted one over, Steve. forgot which state it was in, but Culpeper, Virginia, where some dumb tried to drive through some of the protesters this past Saturday, and he got to go behind bars for a while, but with the autonomous vehicles coming alive and against our wants or our desires, I see what is it going to be like by the time our grandchildren are out there?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be riding in an autonomous vehicle back and forth to work, and all of a sudden that autonomous vehicle does not show up to pick them up? Okay. Here's where I'm at. Much kind of like we see these knotheads trying to steal these damn manual shift transmission vehicles, and all of a sudden their carjacking just stops.
Mm-hmm.
They knock Randy out of the car, but no, they get in your Subaru, and they look around and I don't know how to drive this damn thing. Or they try to drive it and really get wound up in something stupid. And I'm sorry, we're not ready for the damn Jetsons yet. Nowhere in their shape or form are we ready for the Jetsons. And that's basically what they're trying. And hell, they're even talking about flying motorcycles, flying cars. And we just live in the real world and be done with this damn garbage. But I don't see anything really good coming out of it. Honestly, I've said it before. I think we have overeducated ourselves back to stupid. Because, and you're going to see it. What the hell would happen, Steve? I go back to that story you read way back, early 20-teens, where Russia was basically sitting back thinking about knocking this back into the Stone Ages. But none of this crap moves except for the old relics. I mean, this is... we need to see where we're at, but I did see between where Grandpa and I live around there, they've been put under high alert here east of Kansas City because they're one of the biggest well-known bases there is. But I don't know. Steve, I didn't read too in depth into it, but how come are we giving a whole 55,000 pounds of humanitarian aid to, I think it was El Salvador, left Fort Travis, or I'm sorry, should we not be? If we're going to help support anybody, all of our donations ought to be going towards Israel. Am I not halfway right?
I'm not sure what I hadn't seen anything about sending. So I'll do a quick search. What are we sending to El Salvador? I think Israel is pretty well supplied. Yeah, with all the necessities of life at the time being. Yeah, but you mentioned, people I can't drive. That Rubber Duck said, when he's delivering these, he said, that I can't drive a stick. It happens at the auction every time I drop one off. I can't drive a stick. It's 844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, obviously the world is watching, anxiously anticipating what comes next. Of course, with the president exiting the G7 summit, they always get the world leaders together and they have their group photo or their family photo, as they call it, all the world leaders. As President Trump posed for the family photo, he informed the other leaders he had to get back. I have to be back early for obvious reasons. I have to be back. While it is unclear what will transpire in the Situation Room, it is important to note Trump said Iran should have signed a deal already. As I told them, what a shame, what a waste of human life. I've said it over and over again. Then he said everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. All right, America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. And then he made another post where he said, somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He did say Iran is not winning this war. They should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late. That statement was made to reporters yesterday, Monday, at the beginning of his talks with the Canadian Prime Minister on the sidelines of the G7 meeting. He made those remarks after several people were killed in Iranian missile strikes on Israeli cities. But his stance on the conflict has been clear, as he has been urging Iran to hold immediate talks. It's not clear whether this is what he plans to discuss there in the Situation Room. But normally that is about actually having the abilities to communicate and witness something that is major happening in real time, if I understand correctly. Has he given the okay for Netanyahu to take out the supreme leader, a.k.a. the Ayatollah? I don't know. We can try to guess our best, but what's your take, Pappy? Good morning.
Steve, I think kind of like baseball, 3 strikes, you're out. I don't think you're reading into it too much when you I think B-52s are going to be launched. That's what I think. Could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But everything's pointing to that.
Or what do you, maybe the authorization for they said what, the B-2 is the plane that can drop those 30,000-pound bunker busters?
Yeah, man, I told you, Steve, that, Israel did not have the capability to take out them.
Correct.
Nuclear facilities. We do, and I think that's probably what's going on here is the decision was made to go ahead and destroy these facilities. They a lot of concern. I don't think that's why they hit a lot of the ones that you actually see on the map, that the news medias are putting out. But the ones they're talking about are deep, deep underground. So even if some radiation was to get out, it's going to be buried. I don't think there's too much of a threat because that's the way the Iranians built them. In case something happens, or two reasons: deep underground to protect everybody, and number two is hard to bomb, hard to get to, man. So we'll see. But, yeah, man, that photo Philip was talking about, that was the Osama bin Laden raid. They got him out of that compound. Yes, sir, I got it.
We had Hillary was in. I remembered that. I can't remember who all the staff was. I think that was Hillary, and I don't know, was Huma Abedin in there, and several lots. Yeah.
I can't remember who was all in there, but it was Obama, Biden, obviously, the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of Defense. I mean, all the bigwigs. There's a T-shirt down in my gun room, and it had Bin Laden, right, with a target on him, wanted dead or alive. Got it before they got him. And then the date that they got him, I went down there with a permanent marker and wrote the date on there. Gotcha. And then put the date.
Got him dead. All right. Hey, hold the thought. News break. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump thinks Russia should be a part of the current G7 summit in Canada. While speaking about trade, Trump said former President Obama worked to kick Russia out.
It used to be the G8. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake.
He said there would be no war in Ukraine if Russia was still in the group. The president also spoke about trade, saying his primary focus will be on working through tariffs with Canada during the current meeting. President Trump is not backing down on ICE raids that have sparked over a week's worth of protests in L.A.
On Sunday, Trump announced he is directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. He mentioned increasing enforcement actions in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and other cities he considers the core of the Democrat power center. Trump made the announcement a day after No Kings protests against his policies were held in major cities across the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back as we roll into a brand new day. It's a Tuesday. As we turn the page on the calendar, 17th day of June already. And our number, 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
17th of June. We're halfway through June already.
Yep.
My goodness, man. Listen, Steve, I think you know me well enough, and probably your listeners just from listening to me, man. I am not one to pound the war drum. Really not. But, and there's been some other talk show hosts I've been kind of listening to here and there. A lot of them are in support of this. There's a few that's not, claiming that Israel's just as bad as Iran, and yeah, they're all bad, but you're going to get us all killed and blah, blah, blah. But with Iran, Steve, listen, and he's trying, I think it was Alex Jones, was trying to say that, I forget exactly. I'm losing my train of thought here. But anyway, the point was, is when he made this statement, I felt like calling him, what the hell's your answer, pal? We're going to have to deal with these people sooner or later. There's no kissing up and making up with these people, Steve. He kind of admitted that, but he still, I don't know, totally wrong. I think he's wrong. We're going to have to deal with it. I said a couple months ago, I think they already got an atomic bomb, not a nuclear, but the atomic type bombs. I mean, don't get me wrong, they spew nuclear, but they're not the big, mega crazy megaton type stuff that Russia, China, and the United States, and North Korea has. But, you seen what it did in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Listen, Trump, we talked about this before in the past. Trump, people, other leaders, they don't know how to take him. They pretty much take him at his word. And here's the problem, Steve. This Trump already made statements in that press conference I told you about a couple weeks ago now. He pretty much told him, listen, you better agree to this or else. He cannot go back. He cannot follow up now, Steve. He can't not follow up with what he said he would do. Because if he doesn't, it's going to be a sign of weakness. And I think he knows that. And that's why I think they're gearing up, man, to put the big whoop down on Iran. Man, let's talk about autonomous vehicles real quick. Steve, I didn't know this. Did you know this? That just prior to January 6th, if you were jumped in your car and you brought up Google's from Cincinnati and said, show me how to get to Washington, D.C.
They
weren't letting you do it.
They were tracking everyone that was trying to get into D.C., right? Was it after the fact that they were going back and looking at the records of anybody who had flown in or out?
Well, yes, sir. But listen to what I'm saying. Just prior to, like Google's was shutting it down. They wouldn't send you the map, the information on how to get there.
Really?
So when we talk about autonomous vehicles, we all know that for several years now, it's no secret. Like Philip said, they don't want us having vehicles, period. They don't want us to be free to travel. Remember a couple of years ago, Philip was talking about how we got the freedom to move around this country. And they're trying to put a stop to that. So what do? They push this electric motor vehicle. We need to ban the gas-powered vehicles,
right?
Combustion vehicles. We need to ban them. Well, then they banned the electric vehicles. During this time, they were able to get these autonomous vehicles up and running. And now you're totally reliable. I don't know what year we're talking about here, 2050 maybe, I don't know, but whatever. You're totally reliable on autonomous vehicles. And say I get on there and I'm like, hey, man, I think I want to run down to the gun store, get some ammo, maybe do some target shooting. What comes up? That violates our user agreement. No ride for you. It's something to think about, man, in the future. I don't know. But, yeah, hey, man, listen, Steve. Oh, hey, real quick. Man, Steve, I heard about 3 minutes of your show last night, and it was with Gouger. And that's all I heard, man. Matter of fact, I actually talked to the two-time world champion manure hauler on the phone for a few minutes after he hung up with you. Then I had to go. We just got busy. I had to go. But anyway, I don't know how much you talked about these assassinations on these state reps from Tampon Tim's state. He's right. It's a political hit. Word has it, Tim Pontin hired him, Steve.
Correct.
He was working. Not only that, now I saw these videos. I saw these news clips where the 2 state reps that were killed, this lady, even though she's a Democrat, I mean, if you all talked about this last night, you can stop me. No sense to litigate all this, but she voted down a bill that was going to give free health care to illegal immigrants. And the reason she voted it down, it was just going to put a real damper on their budget. They just didn't have the money for it. And boy, oh boy, you talk about pissing some people off. It really, really upset the Democrats. Steve, she gave a press conference right after.
Mm-hmm.
She was literally shaken and almost in tears. Things that were being said to her. She was getting death threats back then. So is that why this evil demon gunned her down? Because of that? Kind of said, Steve, what did I say last week? Well, hey, man, don't think they won't turn on their own. Right? Don't think they won't turn on their own. Just think if we didn't know who this guy was. And Pontin was all ready to blame this on a MAGA supporter. Has to be. These are 2 Democrats that got killed. I don't know if you heard this, read this, and I think it was the Epic Times. Him and his wife, the shooter, I believe they captured him today or late yesterday.
Yeah, it was like before the show started there Sunday night.
Right.
Yep.
Him and his wife own a security company. They had it for several years, armed security. Everybody was wondering where they got that police vehicle that looks almost identical to either the city or county, whatever. But that explains that, Steve. There are private security companies out here that have lights on their cars. They're not supposed to be red or blue. They're usually either yellow or green, right? They're not allowed to put red and blue on there. Mm-hmm. But they can stripe them out and have security or whatever, written on the side of it. If you're not really paying attention, or if you're not really a police officer at first glance, you'll just look at that thing and think it's a cop. Same way with their uniforms. We all seen the private security guards walking around. At first, if you don't know, then you might think they're a real cop, but they're private security. At first everybody's like, how the heck? How do you get that uniform? How do you get that car? Well, that answers that. In Ohio, Steve, that is called aggravated murder. In real terms, this assassination on these people was planned with prior calculation and design to get the death penalty. I think they said there were 70 names on that list.
Yes, sir.
Now they're refusing, I understand, to release the manifesto. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the names on there. They don't want to release these names. But I think it was good police work, good thinking that stopped this madman from killing who knows how many more people. When they went to the first house, they kind of maybe put 2 and 2 together and like, hey, man, maybe we better go down the street and check on this other house here. And sure enough, when they rolled up, he's walking out. I think that's when they found the car with the No King.
Correct.
Signs in there. And crazy time, Steve, and we are living in it, my man. So buckle up. When did he say he was going in the situation room tomorrow morning, or this morning?
He wanted them to be ready to meet when he got back from the G7. I presume he's back by now.
Hell, Steve, them aircraft could be in the air right now as we speak. All right, bud. I appreciate you taking the call. Knuckle buster, buddy. Still praying for you, my man. Marianne lost a pet today, Steve. We know. And pets could be like family members, so her heart's broken. So hope she feels better. And all right, my man. Yes, I am off tonight, tomorrow. Work Wednesday, Thursday, and I'm off the weekend, and the weather's looking like it's just going to be peachy. So I appreciate you taking the call.
It may be time to actually get in the pool. It's supposed to. Yeah, we're looking at our first heat wave. All righty, Scrapyard got you coming up. Into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, we'll pick up where we left off there. Good morning, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Out here playing a little bit of fog. If you remember a few years ago about that U.S. Navy incident in the Strait of Hormuz where they used GPS spoofing to lure a U.S. frigate into Iranian waters and then boarded the ship and took everybody prisoner?
Yes.
And,
yep.
Yes. Well, they did that with a laptop and basically a DIY module that only took $29 in parts. That's because the GPS satellites, they are out there at 12,550 miles in a ring around the planet in a constellation, and they transmit at 50 watts. By the time it makes it down to sea level, it's less than a billionth of a watt. All you have to do is have something that has a signal comparable to an out-of-the-box cheap CB radio to override it. If you get it on the correct frequency and transmit the code, And unfortunately, the GPS code is open sourced for all these companies that make cell phones and the GPS units and AirPod tags, whole 9 yards. You can go online and find those transponder signals, the frequencies and whatnot, and it's pretty bad when school kids these days can do that stuff with a little device called a Flipper Zero. And can use this little tool, pop open electronic locks, steal the data off of these air tags, things of that nature, security codes, to pretty much hack somebody's Wi-Fi systems. Now, with all these trucks, that running like from Dallas to Houston and back, it's like 6 trips a day that they're doing. I think it's Walmart that's operating those trucks, and there's not even a human being in those trucks, from what I gather. And using systems like that operate off of GPS signals. Well, what happens whenever you get near a hospital? They use GPS jamming to keep people from crashing their helicopters. So it's a lot that needs to be taken into account.
Right.
And it doesn't always work as well, because Google got their butt in trouble here in Grant County, Arkansas, because that Google Earth car that was running off of GPS kept driving into people's yards. It ran over a kid's sandbox, and it went around someone's trailer house and drove clear into their back field through an open gate and went back on 160 acres and got itself buried up and caused a lot of damage. It drove over people's mailboxes, because Grant County roads, most of them are dead end old logging roads. And when the system is operating and it still had that much trouble, just what do you think is going to happen when we start having people being malicious and causing that problem? In fact, it was Denver Airport 2 years ago. They had an episode of GPS spoofing. Someone tried to crash a jumbo jet, and using those methods and everything. Did you hear what happened in the Gulf of Oman just a while ago about that U.S. tanker got hit?
I've not caught that yet, no.
Yeah, there's a channel on YouTube. It's an independent news channel called The Enforcer, and they did a 5-hour stream in real time. The ship was the Torin Thor. It's the name of the U.S. flagged oil tanker. It got hit, and 2 other ships, possibly U.S. flagged ships, got hit, on fire, general distress call, Mayday, and that's why Trump left out from over to G7 and headed back as quickly as he can get back. So it looks like we're involved now. That because it's like you said, don't touch our boats. Don't touch our boats. Well, they touched our boats. So it's all the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been cut off. Those ships that were attacked were 23 miles off the coast of the United Arab Emirates, and which we get a lot of oil from. And so that I would more than likely take on all the fuel that you can, because more than likely the fuel prices are probably going to skyrocket, because we can't get anything through there right now.
Well, that was the big concern. They did say that if Iran opted to try and shut down the Strait of Hormuz, I believe it is 30% of the global oil passes through there on a daily basis. That would have a profound impact.
Yes, that I forgot how many. It was a Carrier Air Wing. Apparently, is steaming its way over there for it, and looks like after they attacked a U.S. flagged ship, it looks like we are going to get fully involved. There hasn't been really reported much that U.S. military bases The evening meal, apparently, from what my three of my sources came and told me independently, surf and turf was served as the evening meal. If you know, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, surf and turf is usually the meal they give them to basically inform them that we're going to war, and nobody wants to see surf and turf.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Scrapyard. I pulled up, and yes, I mean, I guess this is posted just 47 minutes ago from the Oil Price Information Service. Now, we can tell you this: Trump had already made the call to leave the G7 and head back and convene in the Situation Room prior to this unfolding. Again, because this was just 47 minutes ago from the Oil Price Information Service. 3 tankers reportedly on fire in the Gulf of Oman, according to the Post cited by the Hindustan Times. We'll tell you the name of the tankers and what we have at this point following the update here as we hit the top of the hour. Everything is very fluid this Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in.
President Trump thinks Russia should be a part of the current G7 summit in Canada. While speaking about trade, Trump said former President Obama worked to kick Russia out.
It used to be the G8. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake.
He said there would be no war in Ukraine if Russia was still in the group. The president also spoke about trade, saying his primary focus will be on working through tariffs with Canada during the current meeting. President Trump is not backing down on ICE raids that have sparked over a week's worth of protests in L.A.
On Sunday, Trump announced he is directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. He mentioned increasing enforcement actions in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and other cities he considers the core of the Democrat power center. Trump made the announcement a day after No Kings protests against his policies were held in major cities across the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Karen Reed is being denied a motion to amend verdict slips as the jury deliberates in her murder retrial in Massachusetts. Today, Reed explained why her lawyers wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, ranging from involuntary manslaughter to drunk driving.
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing and have said as much, so we just wanted to avoid that again.
Her lawyers say not having the not guilty option on those charges led to a deadlocked jury, but the judge disagrees. Her Her lawyers say Reed is being framed by police for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. She's been charged with second-degree murder, accused of hitting him with her SUV in 2022 and leaving him to die in a snowstorm. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. The S&P 500 added 56 points. The Nasdaq rose 294 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Security for lawmakers has increased in New York City and New Jersey following this weekend's killing of state lawmakers in Minnesota.
Meanwhile, New York Senator Chuck Schumer is asking the Capitol Police to increase security for senators.
We're all shaken by the horrifying shootings, murders that occurred in Minnesota. When I heard it, it was like a punch gut to the stomach.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says the state has increased security for all public officials. Vance Bolter was captured after allegedly killing state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, as well as shooting and injuring Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The FDA is expanding the approval of Moderna's RSV vaccine.
The expansion will include individuals 18 to 59 years of age who are at increased risk for severe illness from RSV. It was previously only licensed for adults age 60 years and older. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Pope is preaching peace to fellow White Sox fans. Thousands packed Rate Field on Saturday to celebrate the historic election of a Chicago native to Pope Leo XIV, who addressed the crowd via a live stream.
To share that message of hope with one another in outreach, in service, and looking for ways to make our world a better place gives true life to all of us. And it's a sign of hope for the whole world.
The event was hosted by the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Sopich. The event was held at Rate Field because the Pope is a longtime White Sox fan. I'm Anthony Lucero, and this is USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here's what I'm able to come up with for you. Go back over 20 hours ago. which would have been on Monday, the UK Maritime Operations, which monitors the vessel traffic and whatnot, said they had received multiple reports confirmed by AIS monitoring of increased electronic interference with vessels in the Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz. While the level of electronic interference continues to rise across the wider region, and the levels and intensity inside the Gulf are having a significant impact on vessels' positional reporting through the automated systems. This is kind of what we were just talking about when it comes to autonomous cars and trucks, right? Vessels advised to transit with caution and continue to report incidents of electronic interference to the UK Maritime Trade Operations. Now, analysts are closely watching developments in the Strait of Hormuz, which is a key global energy checkpoint, which Iran has suggested they may block. Almost a third of the world's oil passes through the strait, which is less than 30 miles wide at its narrowest point. About 20% of global liquefied natural gas supplies move through. Now, such a move would cause massive energy disruption, sending energy prices spiraling, probably lead to a far wider engagement in the conflict as countries rely on oil and gas from the region attempted to protect their energy supplies. So that's going back early Monday. Then reports start coming in. 3 tankers reportedly on fire in the Gulf of Oman. Kepler Energy analysts said on a post that a British maritime security provider has indeed reported it's aware of an unspecified incident. An outlet for shipping news published a YouTube video saying that 2 tankers had collided in the Gulf of Oman. That could be directly attributed to electronic interference and the position of the vessels being unknown to one another, thinking that they weren't close, right? An ex-account named OSINTD Defender said it appears the fires seen off the coast of Iran and in the Gulf of Oman may have been caused by the collision of 2 oil tankers. Now, how a third would also be on fire, unless they've all collided, the ship tracking suggests that this likely happened over 3 hours ago, which does not explain why there had been no reports until the picture showing the fires and the statement by the British maritime security firm. As we know, the Strait of Hormuz is attracting a lot of attention amidst the war between Israel and Iraq, and the fact that they had threatened in the past to close that in the event of hostilities against them. Then, a matter of minutes ago, just a blurb, a headline, which says, confirmed, Special Forces of the IRGC, that's the Islamic Republic, the Navy, are behind the sabotage attack on 3 oil tankers in the Oman Sea this morning, which continue to burn by targeting commercial vessels in international waters near Iran. The Islamic regime seeks to drive up oil prices, create political chaos, and intimidate the United States. I think that would warning a little get-together in the Situation Room, as that could rapidly, and this doesn't break down. I thought they had, which particular vessels, were targeted. Okay, there was one Antigua-Barbuda flagged, Adeline. The other, a Liberian-flagged ship known as the Front Eagle. The 2 that supposedly collided. Developing story. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. All right, we get to the right wing nut this morning. Welcome.
Yes, right wing nut. Welcome to that. Thank you. Well, talk about some serious things. And what's happened to Tennessee? Is she all right, or did she pass, or what's going on with her?
The only update I got was, as of Sunday, she is home on home hospice care.
Oh, Lordy. Well, prayers and thoughts go toward Tennessee and Knucklebuster there for sure. Okay, on to other items. Well, if them Iranians, you know, they got that book that says it's okay to lie to the infidel because you're not supposed to make friends with them. So any treaty you get with them mullahs or whatever the hell they want to call themselves, I wouldn't give them. I wouldn't give them a stick of bubble gum for that kind of nonsense. That just ain't right. So the only thing they're gonna understand is force. And well, I tell you what, they had a bunch of people on the highways trying to get out of Tehran after Trump said you better leave. So there you go. The people there, the non-idiots, they understand what Trump says is going to go, what's going to happen. So there, I'm just waiting to see something. And sadly, who knew that in our lifetime we'd be seeing an orange mushroom going up? That, not very appealing, I'll tell you that much right now. Well, on the other news and whatnot, damn cigars, I tell you. They had a tanker there in Albuquerque earlier yesterday, I guess, decided he wanted to try a balancing act. Tractor on the interstate, trailer hanging off the edge. I don't know whatever happened with that one there, but yeah, traffic was snarled a little bit south of the Big I as we're 25 and 40 come across. Now on the other news, he got in touch with Pappy on Sunday, and I said, well, we're probably going to need some barricades there, and he's like, oh, he's all in. So I guess we'll have a police presence, and since we're going to have a bonfire for the watermelon roast, he figured he'd go ahead and bring in some protesters. I mean, what could happen, right? We got police presence there. I'm sure your son's going to be there with strikers, so yeah, we're good on the law enforcement front. We're all looking forward to it. I already got Bambi Dovetail picture on your page there, and hopefully the inbred redneck done seen who he's going to be wrestling. So, yeah, we just need to confirm we're going to have tons of suds and, well, that's beer for some people, and barbecue and, yeah, wrestling matches. Oh, we're going to have a good old time at the Summers Homestead, so that's pretty good, yeah. So, anyways, you got anything you want me to bring over there for the 4th of July big fiesta?
BYOB.
Biob. Never heard of Biob before. Is that some kind of alcoholic drink?
Well, it depends on if you drink alcohol or not, but yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I'll be looking forward to drinking some of that stuff, yeah. So, anyways, he weighs behind me a couple of miles. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He's probably sleeping. Ugh. But, yeah, both of us are heading on down to Arlington. So we get to see what kind of nonsense happened over there over the weekend. I don't know. I hadn't heard too much about any place else getting tore up except for Los Angeles. Yeah, they had that Mayor Bass, or I like to call her Mayor Jackass. She was out there cleaning up the graffiti from the mostly peaceful protest, and I don't know. I wonder if they cleaned all them cars that got burned up just yet, or the protesters still yelling and screaming and crying about how bad it is in this country. Well, you know, if you think it's so damn bad over here, why don't you just leave? And it's amazing how all these illegal aliens are flying their Mexican flags or El Salvador flags or whatnot, burning the American flag, but they don't want to go back to their home country. Gee, I wonder why. You know, the Democrats of 20 to 30 years ago were saying we shouldn't give them any incentive to come over here legally. Boy, I tell you what, they did a complete 180 when they turn around today and say, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Come on in illegally. We'll give you everything you ever wanted. Well, I tell you, whenever I need help, government don't help me. Why? Because I'm not an illegal alien. And let's call it what they are. They're not illegal immigrants. They're illegal aliens. And people like Crockett and Oak, ain't that how you spell AOC?
Yes, right. Yeah, AOC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I don't know about that alien Omar, but I mean, the Democrats are crying, well, who's going to pick our cotton? Who's going to pick our fields? Who's going to get the corn in? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do these menial jobs? Well, you know, the world needs ditch diggers, too, so maybe they ought to get up there with a shovel and start shoveling some of that crap they've been spewing and clean this place up a little bit. Hell, there's automation. I mean, some items you got to have done by hand, but those are by legal migrants that come here for the seasonal work. Then they go back after their green card or whatever the hell they got is done. And I don't know. The damn world's crazy right now, and I sure hope Trump can pull the fat from the fire. And if he can't do it, I hope he cooks them. The one.
He's working on it. The narrative you just brought up, though, right-wing nut, that these businesses, and in this case, it was the Nebraska, the meat packing plant there in Omaha that got raided last week. Yeah, they've been trying to portray this negative. All these people working in the chicken factories and the meat packing plants, Americans won't do those jobs, right? Yeah, the establishment elites love cheap labor. Yeah, that narrative has been just absolutely overturned in the last week. Yeah, the establishment media routinely will gaslight any reader or any viewer about illegal immigration, which is a prime source of cheap labor. Yeah, now and then, however, even the establishment media cannot help but accidentally tell the truth. Sunday, for instance, in the opening paragraph of a story that was meant to evoke sympathy for the victims of last week's Immigration and Customs raid on the Glen Valley Foods meatpacking plant there in Omaha, which netted 76 illegals working in that facility. NBC News, no less, inadvertently undermined the leftist narrative of the entire immigration story, the establishment immigration narrative. What are you talking about, Steve? Well, it turns out every seat in the waiting area of the Glen Valley Foods was occupied with people filling out job applications Thursday afternoon, 2 days after the meatpacking plant became the center of the largest worksite immigration raid in the state of Nebraska so far this year. Are you telling me, in other words, Americans were actually ready to fill jobs hitherto occupied by illegals? Say it isn't so. The Democrats told us that's not going to happen. Of course, then again, they also fought a civil war in an effort to keep their slaves. So Democrats, the party of elitism, will always fight for cheap labor. Meanwhile, on the social media platform, ex-President Trump's allies highlighted the NBC News story's first paragraph. Likewise, another noted how thoroughly that paragraph undermined the entire leftist establishment narrative on illegal immigration. And just like that, the jobs that Americans won't do, the myth evaporates. Turns out when the law is enforced and wages are not undercut, Americans will line up to work. One raid exposed the whole scam, says another. Another user said, this flies against the narratives that Americans don't want to work. They do want to work, but they want honest pay, and these businesses don't want to pay them for it. Now, others blaming the company for hiring so many illegals. When it comes to illegal immigration, of course, it takes very little effort to connect the dots. August of last year, remember the jobs report that showed all net jobs since August of the previous year. That's August of 23 to August of 24. All net jobs had gone to foreign-born workers. We were touching on that at the time. You know, why were no Americans, native-born, why were they not adding to the job workforce? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, meanwhile, we'll get to the calls. Back to the calls. Coming up momentarily. Yeah, for any driver that's been out there, you know, the veteran drivers, been there, done that. Yeah, you've all seen, the old 3-card Monte schemes. These opportunities to strike it rich in the back of a truck stop. I'm just going to assume that there may be some new drivers who have not been educated, haven't been out there long enough to have been ripped off yet. Or maybe even better yet, there are so many foreign-born drivers that lack the English proficiency out there, as we all know, that may have no idea about these various scams. But the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee informing the public about recent scams, including one targeting truck drivers. According to the Sheriff's Office, reports of truck drivers being scammed last week outside the Love's Travel stop off of Interstate 40 in Dandridge, Tennessee. Authorities said, and we've seen it before, these victims would be approached by one of the suspects, and then escorted to a group of other co-conspirators. The victims would be asked to play a betting game, to which ultimately the victim would be conned out of their money and jewelry. And the post included photos of the suspects, and the sheriff's office asked for anyone with information on the case to contact Detective McMahon. Meanwhile, the text scams continue. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office also notified the public about the scam involving text messages that claim to come from the Tennessee Department of Motor Vehicles. That's the one where they say you've got an outstanding traffic ticket. If you don't pay it, you're going to face fines, suspensions, prosecution. And there's the link for you to resolve the matter there, of course, which is a fictitious link, takes you to the scammer's website. The sheriff's office said anyone who receives the text, do not click on the link, just delete the message. These have been proliferating around the country, becoming increasingly prevalent. Earlier this month, the DOT in Idaho, Iowa, Wisconsin, all issued warnings about the same occurring in their states. We're hearing from our DMV counterparts that Illinois, Pennsylvania, Florida, New Jersey, Georgia, New York, all hit with this scam last week. Given the number of calls we're getting from DMV customers, it is likely Wisconsin is the next target. According to the Bureau of Director Services with the DMV, we want to protect our residents. We're quickly issuing this alert to ensure fewer people fall victim to these scams. As with most scams, they're seeking payment, unpaid tolls, or more recently, the unpaid traffic violations, threatening legal action, or the suspension of your license, driving privileges. All right, we'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom.
We just signed it, and it's done.
Trump made the announcement with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the G7 summit in Canada. Trump calls it a fair deal for both. President Trump warned Iran to stay away from U.S. targets as its conflict with Israel escalates.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterated the president's point on Fox News Sunday.
What I would suggest to Iran is that they not target Americans in any of this, because if they do, they better be prepared, because we will respond.
The South Dakota Republicans' comments echoed President Trump's post on Truth Social. It warned if the U.S. is attacked in any way, shape, or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup in internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The test hook was the best hook in 2 nights of 4-wheel drive. The diesel truck's lone heat was won by a van. And the trophies for the preliminary Pro Stock rounds landed not far from Farley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third iteration of the Farley Nationals NTPA event was the first of its kind, separating its invitees into qualifying heats on Thursday and Friday, with every participant wrenching, driving, and hoping to make it to the Saturday night finals. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the Jason Rowan team from nearby in Farley brought 3 vehicles and placed 1 at the top of each prelim. On Thursday, it was the newly named No Limit John Deere 8370R, driven by Andrew Vorwald of Scotch Grove, Iowa, that claimed the checkers over fellow Farleyite Brandon Simon, who placed 2nd and 3rd with Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X. Then on Friday, Jason himself drove the construction yellow John Deere 5020, known as Industrial Force, to a 3.5-foot margin over past champion Mike Connie and Mac Nasty and Randy Bader's No Fear Deer. In 4.1 Pro Stock, the role of 2024 Region 3 standard bearer Dean Holiski continues. The former Super Semi champion from Waterville, Minnesota, won a round this winter at the National Farm Machinery Show and then bested Darren Raderman's Full War by 9/10 of an inch, Danny Barker's Rhapsody by 6 inches, and 22 other limited pros to park his Killin' Time in first on Friday. That came a night after Tyler Audette's Purebred Red from Bridport, Vermont, cleared James Geezy's Hicktown Hurricane and Bill Figgenbaum's Instigator plus 21 more. In 2-wheel drive, Scott Naring's Overload from Reedsburg, Wisconsin was the Session 1 champ with a 364-foot pass, about 16 inches better than Jason Sullivan's Cornburner, and 36 ahead of Tony Fleming's High Maintenance. In Session 2, a pair from the Lone Star State went 1-2, with Cole Zychek's Texas 2-step T-Bucket from Columbus a truck length better than Dustin Corliss' Whippet from Pat Spring. Tony's brother Chaz brought in too deep home third after dropping 6 to regroup. In four-wheel drive, if you weren't first, you were last, or at least not first. Rob Foster got the groove going on Thursday with his Simply Red Chevrolet out of Fair Grove, Michigan. He kept the hook and took home the night's top check over proximate contenders Ted Skelton's The Rock and Brian Britt's Animal House. Then on Friday, the same decision faced Taylor Corsa after she drove her tailor-made Ford out to 330 feet. The Blue Ridge Georgians trusted her effort and her machine, and it paid off. Lisa Peterson's Profab got the closest at 320, while Justin Grace's Just in Time was third. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, there was only a Friday heat for 17 entrants, and the man they call the Godfather was a step ahead. Van Hazley's Rock Hard Ram from the Hazley Machine Shop in Fairmont, Indiana, a multiple winner on the Farley Dirt, knocked off Todd Dugan's Angry Shine and Eric Stacy's Smokin' Ya HD for the win. And in CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, the leaders of 2-3 tractor teams displayed the advantages of having several shots at the same track. In Session 1, Renee Theobald and her pre-wicket from Shelbyville, Indiana, sailed to 325 feet, a yard better than Adam Kester's Walk the Line and Jeff Hurt's B-Bear. But Kester went to school on that run and brought his beast of burden from Wadesville, Indiana for Session 2, set on kill. He ran up 12 feet on Renee's son Grant's Little Wicked and Tyler Slaw's guest drive on Dad Bruce's Show No Mercy. So, who claimed the $50,000 grand prizes on Saturday? You'll have to wait for next week's report to find out. But until then, there's some awesome Eastern Region action coming your way in Sykesville, Pennsylvania, and Fremont, Michigan on Saturday, June 21st, and in Greenfield, Indiana on Sunday the 22nd. Check out ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for information and classes to appear. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Appreciate the full report. Now, the folks at AccuWeather are kind of referencing the Northeast and parts of the Midwest as a leaky faucet that won't be easy to fix. The pattern, they say, over the next 5 to 7 days will feature a continuation of rounds of showers, thunderstorms, in some cases persistent enough to lead to dangerous flash flooding. It's not going to rain constantly, but there will be episodes when it rains for several hours, and in some cases too much rain on an already saturated ground, flash flooding along small streams in urban areas. In most cases, with the daytime heating, many of these will be in the mid-afternoon to mid-evening hours. With all the moisture in the air, the high humidity, it's going to make highs in the 70s to middle 80s feel like you're in a sauna. And, of course, there will be days where you exceed the 90-degree mark, especially along the I-95 corridor. However, the big heat's going to be building over the central U.S. in the coming days. Possible that a significant heat bubble forms in the region before the end of June or by maybe even early next week. Now, for many areas of the Midwest to the Central Appalachians, the Mid-Atlantic, and maybe even parts of New England, the first heat waves of the year will occur from later next week through the end of June. Detroit, you've seen a high of 88 this year. The high, New York City has been 87. Places like Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, 86, the warmest days we've seen thus far. For the upcoming conditions, it's going to be the hottest weather of summer to much of the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes, and I-95 corridor. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. And good morning to Carl. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Good show tonight. Discussing all about what's about to take place. There's always a great element of risk when we go into situations like this, and our pilots and the Air Force, they got to load these weapons too, Steve. You know, I was a weapons loader when I was in the Air Force, and I know a little bit about what's going on they're probably loading and maybe flying right now. Who knows what all's taking place? But yeah, I do believe that Trump has seen what he needs to do here because he left the meeting early, and so yeah, that's a good idea because like was said before already, Iran is not going to go along with a treaty. They never have.
Mm-hmm.
And we just got to get in our minds that anything they sign is not going to be honored. They will not honor anything. They might for a period of time, but they're always going to go back to where they were. And the only thing that they do understand is force, and that's what they understand. And so when they get that and they're destroyed, then they'll know that they've done something wrong. You know, it's like when you take a child, you know, and you try to teach it how to do something, you've got to sometimes give it a little spanking, you know, and help it along the way, you know. So these things are really dangerous, okay, what they're about to take hold of here. Probably going to take off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. That's where the B-2 takes off from. And they will have a full loaded crew. Probably going to be most of their fleet of B-2s is going to be doing this if I know what I'm, you know, talking about, because it's going to be a lot that they're going to need to do the bunker busting over there. And so that's what they're going to do. And it takes a long way to do that. You know, it's a long flight from Whiteman Air Force Base all the way to Iran and back. Okay, with the fueling air to air, plus the probably no doubt fighter escorts going to be joining them in places over there.
Remember, I was asking,
So,
I think I was asking Philip earlier if there are B-2s stationed in the Middle East. They did here a couple of months ago. I think we've got B-2s at the island of Diego Garcia.
Diego Garcia, yes,
Yep.
sir.
Mm-hmm.
We do. But they normally don't do Diego Garcia, but they may do it this time.
Mm-hmm.
Whiteman is usually the place that they'll take off from,
Okay.
because they have their experienced load crews there, unless they've already flown their experienced load crews over there to Diego Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's just a big operation, and the Navy is going to be opening up the shipping lanes too as well, and keeping the oil, and they may even unleash a few cruise missiles into Iran too, because that may be necessary, you know. Who knows what all is going to take place here, but I do believe it needs to be a really massive hit, and or he wouldn't be telling the people of Tehran to leave. That's what he's doing. He's telling the people of Tehran to leave. I just worry a little bit that he didn't wait too late. That's my idea, and I called in last night talking about that. If he's waited too late, then there are some things that they could have done to protect themselves as far as the bunkers goes, and this, that, and the other. But the Ayatollah in particular, I believe that they probably should do something and try to get him or something there, because he's the head of the snake, and he's the one who directs the forces, actually, the Houthis and the other ones there too,
Mm-hmm.
the Hezbollah.
Yep.
And he's just really, he's really the one that they could get if they could really. I know it would be a miracle if they could take him as a prisoner. That would be what I would have in mind. But he's really. It would be an amazing feat if they could get him. You know, just like Osama bin Laden, it would be the same type of victory if they could get him. And as far as the B-2 goes, it cannot take off from an aircraft carrier.
That's too big, right?
With the weapons.
Yeah, too big.
Yeah, the heavy weapons.
Mm-hmm.
No way. It couldn't even do it without them. Because it's a huge aircraft, actually. It's almost as big as the B-52.
Wow.
But when you see it, it's very impressive. I'm sure maybe possibly you've seen it already at Wright Pat at one of the Air Force air shows. But maybe they've flown it around up there a little bit. But it's really really something to see in the air. And it's an amazing aircraft. It can haul big weapons, big bombs, great big ones. Okay, these are the big boys, and the Air Force is really happy to be able to do something like this. I've got to tell you, because they get decorated heavily on campaigns like this, because it's a opportunity for more decoration on the chest. If you know what I mean, and so that's. But accidents can always happen, as we know, with all these aircraft going down and things, and dangerous things. And Jimmy Carter experienced that with the helicopters in 1979 when he tried to rescue the hostages. You know, there's danger involved in these missions. Okay. Always.
Yep.
Always danger. Air-to-air refueling. Something bad can happen on that, you know, and you just don't know when something could happen just by accident. Not to mention the enemy. You know, who knows? China may get involved in this. You know, if they get involved in this, then there's going to be some kind of issues there. Okay, I got to say, I mean, that's going to be serious business. Okay, if China comes in, you know, tries to mess with it, you know, this operation here. So, and they're free roaming. China is right now, even in the water. They could have submarines to hit one of our Navy ships and call it an accident or something, you know. Who knows what might occur here. But there's a lot of things that can happen, okay? And so I just, my thoughts and prayers are with our armed forces here tonight and the rest of this week in particular as they do this mission, because it needs to be successful. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Carl, thank you for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show, and we'll return after this. It's 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, if you had not seen the video out of Louisville over the weekend, truck driver definitely got to be thanking the good Lord. He's still alive. He's going to be a long road to recovery, but the family of that driver, who was actually forced to leap from his semi-truck as it dangled off of Interstate 65. They're asking for some help with expenses during his long, difficult recovery. It happened, I think it was Friday the 13th. Yeah, Interstate 65 at what they call Spaghetti Junction in Louisville. The semi was on I-65, crashed and fell from the roadway, landed partially on the ramps for I-64 East and I-71 North. Driver was forced to leap from the dangling truck cab through the passenger door before the truck burst into flames. He survived, but he's left with serious injuries. It's going to have him out of work for an extended period of time. The truck driver, Jeffrey Walker, is from Arkansas, currently suffering from a broken leg, ankle, and foot from the jump. Also injured his hip, back, and elbow. Because he's the sole provider for the family, his wife has set up a GoFundMe to help with medical and general expenses. All right, he's now unable to work. We're facing an uncertain future, so we're just asking for help, prayers, shares, or donations to get through this tough time. All right. Walker says, I consider myself a safe driver. I don't speed. I really don't know how it happened. It was wet out. But after the crash, I couldn't open the doors. I couldn't open the windows. None of it would work. I was looking for something to break out the window. Couldn't find anything. And, of course, the flames were growing. They had flamed up a little higher under the hood. Ultimately, he is scheduled for surgery in several weeks. But he did say, seeing my family again is the most important thing. It's just good to be alive. As for truck driving in the future, he said he's having some doubts about, can I ever get back on the road? Definitely been thinking twice about that, he says. I guess every driver goes through those thoughts. Of course, last year, our own Carolina Monkey Gouger, after his little incident out there, had him thinking twice about getting back behind the wheel. And good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. I don't have much of an update on Knucklebuster's wife, Tennessee, but he did message me yesterday around noon. She's still at home and in hospice care.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can tell you.
Yep.
I told him that the whole Overnight Drive family is praying for, let her know that we're all praying for her, and the family. So I figured I would pass that on. Steve, I found an interesting twist on a scam. Dang it. Got a frog in my throat. Just to answer me. Haven't had one all night. My wife filled out a form. She wasn't thinking about health and medical insurance on her home mortgage. Where it was extra coverage that in case, one of us had a heart attack, stroke, or cancer, something like that, or one of us died, that the insurance would cover would cover our mortgage, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, it kind of made sense, I guess. Well, we got a knock on the door yesterday evening after I left. She did. This man showed up and never identified himself, never said what mortgage company or insurance company he was with or anything, but kind of wanted to get himself in the house, I guess, to case our place and stuff like that. And, yeah, she run him off, but I'm telling you what, I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, the information she gave was basic information you could find about anywhere online, so they don't have any real information, but anybody out there that gets a letter, and there was no phone number on it. I'm not sure there was the name of the insurance company on the letter, but if it wasn't, that should have been a big red flag right there. Just, so it had to be some kind of an address on it, but I'm not, but I can't remember seeing the, the letter. Well, on a lighter note, Charlie asked me to ask you something. Him and Wright's been discussing this ever since Wright got off the phone. What do you mean, bring your own biscuits? Are you serving breakfast and providing the gravy or something?
You guys never heard the term, bring your own beer. I ain't got the money to fill you guys up. You guys drink like fish.
Oh, okay. Also, we found 2 wrestling opponents. I sent you pictures. We got Saucy Sandy and Buttercup Betty lined up. She's a real beauty. I got the. Hey, we got to pause there. Back after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Very good day for both of our countries, a real sign of strength. So thank you again, Donald. A really important day for both of us.
President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom.
We just signed it, and it's done. And so we have our trade agreement.
Trump made the announcement with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the G7 summit in Canada. Trump calls it a fair deal for both. He and Starmer showed the signed documents to reporters. The exact terms of that deal were not disclosed. President Trump warned Iran to stay away from U.S. targets as its conflict with Israel escalates.
Iran should be prepared for all of America's might to descend upon them if they go after and target Americans or American bases or installations in the Middle East.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterated the president's point on Fox News Sunday.
What I would suggest to Iran is that they not target Americans in any of this, because if they do, they better be prepared, because we will respond.
The South Dakota Republicans' comments echoed President Trump's post on Truth Social. It warned if the U.S. is attacked in any way, shape, or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Bernie Sanders is backing Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort to end pharmaceutical advertising.
The Vermont Independent Senator and Maine Independent Senator Angus King introduced the End Prescription Drug Ads Now Act, which would ban prescription drug advertising on TV if passed. Sanders says the pharmaceutical industry spent more than $5 billion on TV ads in 2024, contributing to the high price of health care. Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy Jr. has expressed support. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 317 points. The S&P 500 added 56 points. The Nasdaq rose 294 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Children's Hospital in L.A. is closing its Center for Trans Youth Health and Development.
It is also closing its gender-affirming care surgical program. Hospital officials cite challenges brought on by shifting policy landscape. They also cite executive orders from President Trump, the state's budget crisis, and threats to cut funding. CHLA says its ability to provide essential care to low-income kids and teens would be heavily impacted if it loses access to federal funds. I'm Daniel Martindale.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
The Food and Drug Administration said hundreds of thousands of cans of Dr. Pepper Zero are being recalled due to being mislabeled as a zero sugar product.
The recalled cans contain the full amount of sugar included in classic Dr. Pepper. This could be potentially dangerous for people who are sensitive to sugar, including those with diabetes. The recall affects over 19,000 cases of 12 packs and 24 packs of Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar 12-ounce cans that were distributed in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. The recalled soda cans have a best buy date of February 16th, 2026. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A World War II-era bomb has washed ashore on a Florida beach.
Children playing at Inglewood Beach, south of Sarasota, found the inactive bomb. It was covered in barnacles. Authorities identified it as a suspected MK-15 airdrop bomb. It was transported to MacDill Air Force Base for further examination. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we get that final hour underway, here we go. Trust your week's off to a good start. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I'm looking at some of the latest updates. As reported earlier, the president announced he was leaving the G7 summit in Canada early. Some sort of a pressing matter having to do with the Middle East, obviously. But about 1:30 this morning, a couple hours ago, he posted he did not leave the G7 summit to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Apparently, that was posted by the French president, Emmanuel Macron. Trump said the French president had, quote, no idea why he was returning to Washington, and that the reason was much bigger than a ceasefire. Apparently, Macron had suggested Trump had made a ceasefire offer. Trump's post in full reads like this. Publicly seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said, I have left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I'm now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. But for the president to say much bigger than that, okay. And, of course, having the rest of the staff be awaiting his arrival in the Situation Room this morning. You don't just gather in the Situation Room for something that's not big, right? All right, what other? A couple of other updates quickly. Nearly 300 casualties reported by a staff member of the Nasser Hospital in the southern Gaza Strip. Dr. Mohammed Sigar, head of nursing at the hospital, said the individuals arriving at the hospital had been attacked by tanks while waiting for food. Nearly 300 mortalities and casualties have just arrived. The situation is now out of control. The hospital can no longer deal with such high number of cases. That statement comes alongside reports of Israeli fire killing at least 45 Palestinians in Khan Yunis as they were waiting for aid trucks. So while the situation with Israel and Iran continues on. Of course, the Gaza conflict continues to be an ongoing matter as well. And there was another update. I guess this was from actually Sunday, which would have been day number 3 of the conflict. Started Friday, Saturday. Israeli Air Force broke their own distance record with a strike on a refueling plane at an airfield at Mashhad, which is in northeast Iran. We're talking some 1,400 miles from Israel. According to the Israeli Defense Forces statement, a short while ago, the Israeli Air Force struck an Iranian aerial refueling aircraft in eastern Iran, again, 1,400 miles from Israel. The Israeli Air Force is operating to establish aerial superiority over Iranian airspace, which yesterday they said they have pretty much accomplished. This marks the longest range strike conducted since the beginning of the operation. A large fire could be seen at the airport following that Israeli strike. But this marks the Israeli Air Force's farthest ever strike. In 1985, the Israeli Air Force struck the headquarters of the Palestinian Liberation Organization in Tunisia, which was some 2,000 kilometers from Israel. Israel has also struck targets in the Houthi-controlled Yemen, roughly 1,100 miles away. Of course, they've already achieved total freedom of operation in the skies above Tehran, the Iranian capital, as well as western Iran. Now they're working to achieve freedom of operation across all of Iranian territory. With freedom of operation, Israel can target distant targets, including nuclear sites and ballistic missile launchers. It can also target efforts to rearm the Iranian military or efforts by Iranian officials trying to escape. Yeah, they did fire a missile barrage on Israel, Iran, that is, Sunday. One of their few daytime attacks, but all those missiles were reportedly intercepted. No casualties in that particular attack. All right, see what's going on with Senor Heatwave this morning. Hello, Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what, I'm over here on 287 here heading toward Arlington, Texas, and 78 degrees, and it's a little muggy outside. Step outside and my glasses freeze, fog over. So, yeah, I may think it's a little uncomfortable in here, but when I step outside, it really won't need a bath because I'll be drenched. So, anyways, yeah, I was passing by the right wing nut. Apparently he had a little bit of an issue. I just blew the horn. Of course, my co-driver yelled at me, and I was like, sorry. But, yeah, I'd seen the pictures of the two other female contestants of the wrestling match, and, I've heard of a six-pack on it, before, but that one poor girl, holy crap. That's a little on the scary side. I hate to be the one wrestling that. All righty, well... did you by chance happen to see the live video of the Iranian woman all dressed in black? She was, I guess, inside a building doing a newscast.
Yes.
And all of a sudden,
kaboom!
The funny thing is, she really didn't jump when that happened. It was like, you wonder, was she expecting that because of all the BS that's going on over there with bombs dropping and things exploding, or do you think maybe that might have been planned?
Whatever it was mighty damn close. I mean, you saw the roof began to cave in, and there was just debris flying everywhere. That was pretty close to taking her out.
Well, I mean, if I was there giving a televised broadcast or whatever, something like that happened, my happy hiney would be up in the air about 6 feet trying to figure out how I can fly out of that damn building.
And you'd be changing underwear.
Stood there. Yes, exactly. She just kind of stood there and was like, well, that's nothing but a thing, and just walked out. And I thought that, with AI these days, you almost can't tell the real thing from AI. And that's pretty damn scary. I mean, obviously some you can because it is so obvious. But I mean, that there makes you wonder. Well, they say anything about the party affiliation of that idiot in Minnesota lately? Because I know Tim Walz was like, this was politically, charged, and you know he wanted to say this was a MAGA Republican that did all this damage and death. But have they delved into the guy's history to see what his background is politically?
Supposedly, he was a registered Republican, a very staunch anti-abortion advocate. That's what I've seen. He was a very educated, supposedly, a pastor. I'm not sure of what category, what religion, but supposedly a devout Christian. That's everything I've seen.
Well, on each side of the line, you're going to have your own version of nuts.
Correct.
And I'm sure the Democrats are going to pounce on this one, saying, "See, he killed somebody. He's a danger. All MAGA's Republicans are dangerous." Well, ain't that what they tried to say about the first guy that tried to take Trump out? Was that he was a registered Republican, but then they found out it was only prior to that he went from Democrat to Republican. So, I think it would be best just to wait. And if he was registered Republican, shame on him. But the left has been spewing hateful rhetoric, inciting riots with their rhetoric about getting these people's faces and tell them you don't want them there no more, or I don't know why you don't start a riot. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi. Really, I think we touched on it last week sometime that the people that have been there for as long as I've been around, 58 years, you've got people that have been there at least that long, if not longer. Those folks need to go. I understand the reason, because they like power, they like making money, and they may have some good connections overseas with different government officials that stay in power forever, but government was not meant for someone to be in there, for the length of someone's lifetime. And we all know that. And why folks who gripe and complain, well, this person such and such ain't doing a very good job. This party's not doing a good job. We give the Senate and the Congress, a 7% approval rating. Well, we all know why that is, because they're complaining about the other people's representatives, but not their own. It's everyone else's fault but their representative. I mean, really, what has Maxine Waters done for her constituents? Nothing. But she still keeps getting voted in. And she don't even live in that district that she represents. So it's like, how in the hell can she get away with that? Well, it's California. She's a Democrat. She knows how to play the system. Pelosi, people ain't real happy with her, especially with crap in the streets. And they're yelling and screaming, well, she was attacked. Her husband was attacked by a vicious person. Well, yeah, he was Canadian. He had overstayed his visa. So he, in essence, was an illegal alien. She's supposed to have pretty good security at her house. Well, she had that. They sure failed that day. But, I mean, of all the stuff that's been going on, they're going to focus on this one guy. And it's just, there are montages out there on Facebook Reels that show all these other Democrats advocating for violence in one fashion or another. So,
well, when you get limited opportunities, it's very few and far between. But when they do arise, you have to capitalize. You got to make that the top narrative, right?
Yeah, I think Rahm Emanuel had said it. Don't let an opportunity go to waste. Well, they're definitely going to be using that,
Right.
I'm sure. So, other than that, did y'all have y'all's protests over there? No Kings rally in Cincinnati?
There was a rally. Of course, I didn't attend. I didn't pay any attention whatsoever. Everything I'm hearing said it turned out to be a pretty much peaceful protest, peaceful rally.
Well, you know, I've got no problems with people voicing their concerns. You know, as long as it's peaceful. As soon as you cross that line, I think all bets are off. There was one video from Los Angeles where this big old boy come up there and he's like, "I dare you to arrest me." And I mean, you could see the pupil in his eyes. I mean, his eyes were pure white, it seemed like, and you could see the pupils. And I mean, he was like I said, he was a big old boy. Looked like he could do some damage, and he walked right up to the police there in Los Angeles saying, "I dare you to arrest me."
Mm-hmm.
So one of them said, "Well, all right, I'll take that as a challenge." Sprayed him in the face with whatever it is they have. And all he did was just stand there, and I guess he went ahead and put his hands behind his back because he knew he'd been arrested. But I don't know what that feels like, having that stuff sprayed in your face. I mean, in the Air Force, we didn't have the gas chamber where you had to put on and make sure you had good seals. But I'm sure whatever they sprayed in his face to have him change his mind in that instant, yeah, it sounds like that was some bad news all around for him. So, anyways, oh my goodness, someone's messing around with a price sign over here. I'm in Electra, Texas, and it said diesel was $8.88 a gallon. Gasoline was like $2.73. It was like, yeah, somebody's got a vengeance against that one fuel station there. So I'm sure they're not getting anyone wanting to buy diesel at $8.88 a gallon. Well, and speaking of diesel prices and gasoline prices, Democrats can blame themselves for the high price of fuel that's about to come up here. Trump, in his first term, got us energy independent. Biden, however, put us back on the world market, and now we're going to be paying the price for that administration's failure to do anything to make sure that we are, self-sustaining with fuel. Now, anybody on the Democrat side that is going to be against drilling our own black gold from the ground really ought to be voted out, because they are part of the problem. I mean, we've got the stuff under our feet. Why can't we use it? Why can't we use that to fill our strategic reserves? Why can't we use that to have lower fuel prices? And this is a good example why we need to be energy independent. 30% of the world's oil supply comes from that little narrow strip of water.
Well, at least it passes through there anyway. Yeah, it passes through. That's coming from the OPEC countries. Yep.
Well, we've got a bunch of collective dumbasses up there and out here as well. So they want to grab about the high cost of fuel. They just need to look in the mirror and start yelling at the person they see in the mirror, because they are part of the problem. All right, Senor. Well, I'm over here in Wichita Falls now, so another 2 hours or so I'll be in Arlington, and hopefully in another truck, and hopefully on another good run. You have yourself a good night, Senor.
Thank you much, Senor Heatwave. All right. Anybody recall a kind of a surprise attack that took place in the heart of Russia here a couple of weeks ago? All those drones striking aircraft. Yes, Russia's strategic bombers. 3 or 4 different air bases? Yes, we all remember that. We were kind of awaiting a response from Russia. We knew a response would be forthcoming. I can't believe it took this long, but I guess, again, looking for that potential element of, while the whole world is now focused on the Israeli-Iranian conflict, word coming in video footage, the aftermath of bombing on Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, showing a building ripped in half with 9 floors crumbled to the ground. Russia's missiles hitting Kyiv in the middle of the night, which they're describing as a night of hell in Kyiv. While residents slept in their homes, one of the deadliest attacks on the city in months, another 99 wounded. Search and rescue services are combing through the rubble of destroyed buildings. A wave of 175 Shahad drones and a dozen cruise missiles slamming into the city of about 3.6 million people. An air raid alert remained active for more than 7 hours, forcing them into shelters. One who was shaken from the attack that nearly leveled her apartment building, she said she heard a whistling sound followed by 2 explosions that blew out her windows and doors. It's very scary. In one moment, there's no life. But she said, there's no military infrastructure here. Nothing here. Nothing. It's horrible when people just die at night. A member of the Ukrainian parliament said one of the Russian missiles hit a dorm full of students. She said, not a military base, not a command center, a place where young people sleep and study. The Kyiv City Military Administration said that the nature of the damage is direct hits on residential buildings, rockets from the upper floors to the basement in some cases. Vladimir Zelensky called the attack one of the most terrifying strikes on Kyiv, and said Russian forces fired more than 440 drones and 32 missiles at Ukraine overnight. Well, we knew Russia was going to respond, and they said it was going to be one hell of a response. You had to expect that. I can just reflect back in the 48 hours after they successfully caught Russia by surprise. Remember when Zelensky kind of came out and said, it's time for a full ceasefire from both sides. Said, dude, you're too late for that. You're about to get your ass handed to you. But time has passed, and now is that the full response, or does Vladimir and Russia have more? That we do not know. All right. A lot of things unfolding in the world around us. Whatever happened to the big, beautiful bill? It looks like things on the Senate side, they've been making some changes, making some cuts. And it, for all practical purposes, sounds like the big, beautiful bill may be dead on arrival when it's sent back to the House due to some of the changes that had been made. We'll give you more on that coming up. 844-844-3388. That's the number to dial us up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom.
We just signed it, and it's done.
Trump made the announcement with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the G7 summit in Canada. Trump calls it a fair deal for both. President Trump warned Iran to stay away from U.S. targets as its conflict with Israel escalates.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterated the president's point on Fox News Sunday.
What I would suggest to Iran is that they not target Americans in any of this, because if they do, they better be prepared, because we will respond.
The South Dakota Republicans' comments echoed President Trump's post on Truth Social. It warned if the U.S. is attacked in any way, shape, or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I mentioned the one big, beautiful bill, which it sounds like, based on some of the changes, I don't know, but it goes back to the House. The House can try to make a compromise, but both sides have to agree to an identical bill. I'm beginning to think that ain't going to happen by July 4. But there's another provision that was in the bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a couple days ago, said she will not vote yes on the big, beautiful bill if this provision is not removed. Something to do with transhumanism? I'm not familiar. What is transhumanism? Apparently, a movement that envisions a future where technology is used to enhance human capabilities, potentially leading to a post-human species? It focuses on using technologies like genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and artificial intelligence to improve longevity, cognitive abilities, and overall well-being. Transhumanists explore the ethical implications of these technologies, aiming to make them widely available. Transhumanism aims to go beyond simply treating diseases and disabilities. It seeks to enhance human capabilities beyond their natural limits. Transhumanists believe in leveraging current and future technologies, including genetic engineering, as we mentioned, AI, nanotechnology, brain-computer interfaces to achieve their goals. A central theme is extending lifespan and potentially reversing or eliminating the aging process. Transhumanism seeks to improve human intelligence, senses, and overall mental capabilities. Then what is a post-human? Some transhumanists envision a future where humans transcend their current biological limitations and evolve into a post-human species. This raises numerous ethical questions about the potential benefits and dangers of these technologies, including issues of access, equality, and the definition of humanity. There are several existing examples of these technologies. Genetic engineering, number one, editing genes to prevent or treat diseases, enhance physical capabilities, or modify traits. Nanotechnology, using nanotechnology to repair damaged tissues, deliver drugs, or create artificial organs. Artificial intelligence, developing AI systems that can assist with cognitive tasks, augment human intelligence, or even merge with human consciousness. Brain-machine interfaces, BMIs as they call them, connecting the brain to computers for enhanced cognitive abilities, sensory augmentation, or even mind uploading. Cryonics, freezing deceased individuals to potentially be revived in the future when the technologies are advanced to restore them. And lastly, the likes of the $6 Million Man, cyborg technology, using bionic limbs, prosthetic organs, or other implants to augment the body. Somehow, I guess there's a portion of the big, beautiful bill that has something buried in there to further that sort of technology. So again, MTG says that is an absolute no. You're going to take that out or you will not get my vote. Transhumanism. And, you know, Pappy said he talked about that a few weeks ago. I do recall when you brought it up. It's just, to some extent, is what Elon Musk is doing with the implant to the brain, you know, trying to help maybe restore vision for those who have never been able to see, hearing for the deaf, the abilities. Who was it? The genius who had the ability to talk via the interface. But all right, happy Taco Tuesday from Truck and Phil. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. And, of course, the great Knucklebuster, continuing to pray 67, warming to 84 today in Fort Wayne. Have a great day, everyone, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Real quick on Trump's mysterious early exit. There are so many things going on right now. I can see where there'd be a lot of speculation as to what is really happening. But Trump kind of brought some of that on himself because he had claimed that that Iran was putting out feelers about some sort of negotiation. So that might have been why the French president surmised that. But the Lord only knows what could be going on. But the other day, whenever I was out and about, an individual approached me out of the blue, talking about different stuff, and claimed we had a past with a trucking company, and his view of that trucking company really didn't match up. And just real quick, he said they had really good equipment, and I said, yeah, they always had Peterbilt 377s with a Caterpillar engine, and he said, yeah. And he was talking about a time in 1972, and the Peterbilt didn't even have the 377 model at that time. And then he says to me that he was big friends with Mike Pence, very close with him, and he's talking about Mayor Pete there, and he made a comment about that, and he had a message he wanted Mike Pence to relay to Mayor Pete. And I got to thinking later, Mayor Pete was a Democrat. He wasn't even, so I have no idea what that guy was up to, if he's trying. Then they had Mike Pence on some Sunday programs, and my question is Mike Pence trying to become relevant again? Because he's not really all that relevant. And all I said to him was, I said, well, Mike Pence wasn't much of a force either. And he just walked away from me at that point. But what I meant was, when they went back on January the 6th, what Mike Pence should have said was, this was the last order of business, and we're going to take this up again. We had some, what they call them, protest contest or whatever it was that they were bringing up, and had they continued on that road, they would have had to go through that whole procedure of what actually, I'm trying to think, it's the 1887 bill, I think it was, on disputed elections. And had they went through that, Donald Trump would have probably been president in 2020, and it was something that they didn't see coming. So instead, they just went ahead and forgot that whole procedure and just dropped it. And that was what caused really all the confusion there. Is, well, why did they drop that procedure? And why is that whole situation there with that election made no sense, because they wouldn't take the extra security that Trump wanted to provide. And now to jump forward to this big, beautiful bill, I didn't realize they had that cyborg thing in there, but it sounds to me like somebody's just trying to derail this, because I was looking at something today to where it looked like that also in that Senate bill that they were going to take all this Green New Deal and all that was going to be taken out. And my first thought was, somebody somewhere is making money off the Green New Deal, whether it's they have this new, I guess you'd call it an exchange. It's kind of a subset of the other exchanges where you can trade all these carbon credits. There's a lot of people making money on that. A lot of politicians have these different operations that they're making money on. And if all that goes to the wayside, it would probably upset a lot of financial apple carts. Plus, in addition, it would lower the price of oil. And if it lowered the price of oil with everything else, Putin really wouldn't have the money to continue all these different fights and proxies. Neither would Iran. And whenever Putin invaded Ukraine again, oil got almost to $90 a barrel, and at that level, he could afford the war. Before, he couldn't afford that war. So my big thought is, I guess we'll know about the mystery of what Trump really thought was way more important than the Israeli-Iran war, which is kind of it has to be pretty big, but maybe in his mind what he's doing is bigger. But my first thought is, when you're talking about this reconciliation bill, it isn't a budget bill, and somehow with the congressional rules and everything else, they can get it through with the slim majority that they have. But we're right down, we're talking about July the 4th. Congress will be on recess. They won't be back that long. And then they'll go on their August recess, and they'll come back after Labor Day, and they should have a fiscal 26 budget in place, and they won't. So I don't see why everybody is trying to, I guess you would say, throw rocks in the gears of this reconciliation bill, because all the stuff that Trump is doing right now, and there's way more good than bad, it will have to be funded. It will take money to do all this stuff, whether it's ICE raids or whatever. It takes money to do it all. And why in the world, with everything going on in the world, why would Congress want to be hindering President Trump? Is it just some sort of political vendetta or whatever you want to say? But we have the money to achieve a lot of this stuff, but if we don't keep achieving things, we won't have the money. And that's, every time they talk about this one big beautiful bill, I don't know. Like I said, it just amazes me. This cyborg stuff, that's science fiction, and it's an area that's going to be terribly expensive. It just amazes me. Where are some of these people in Congress? Are they still on acid, or what's their deal there?
Right.
I don't even know why they would. It just makes no sense, Steve. But I'll just say that reconciliation bill needs to get through and cut the nonsense. And I'd like to know who's coming up with all these crazy things, because they need to be gone from government. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Vic. You have a good morning. Are they still on acid? That's a good question. Let me see. Pappy was out there serving and protecting over the weekend. And he's, in regard, because several people had asked me about the No Kings protests here. And the only one I had seen any video of was at the University of Cincinnati. He said, let's see, the average age of those attendees was probably about 65. You had the Democrat baby boomers. It was all peaceful in our area. Anderson Township had about 60 show up. Same in Loveland. Westchester, the same. These are all suburbs around our area. Maybe a tad more in Westchester, but all mostly older folks that showed up for the No Kings protest. All right, Eagle's going to join us with a few final words coming up here. Hang in there. Got you coming up after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, Eagle, as we head down the home stretch here, what'd you have on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah. So what's going on now? Over in Tehran, what's going on is Donald Trump. Have he started hitting them cities, towns yet, Steve?
We have not had any further developments this morning. All we know is he left the summit, came back to D.C., had his team waiting in the Situation Room, as they call it, which there is some significance to that. The Situation Room is normally used when something significant is about to happen. So I haven't seen any further word since then. It kind of sounds like we may be about to possibly get involved, but we don't want to jump to conclusions.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, man, it's not going to be a good look. Because I think they got some soft people in Donald Trump's cabinet. I think they got some people that are kind of soft, because it seems like Donald Trump makes up his mind to do something, and then a couple hours later, he might go in a different direction. I hope, it won't be a good look, Steve, if Donald Trump, if he sends out that tweet telling people to get the hell out of Tehran, and then tomorrow morning all of a sudden he said, well, we'll give them a little bit more time. We're not ready to do an operation. No, they need to do it now, because see what happens is people start thinking that you're not going to do nothing, that you are weak and you're not speaking the truth.
Yeah, you're bluffing.
So he needs to they call his bluff. So he needs to go ahead and do something, tomorrow. Maybe they're trying to work out a plan, because I know it's already daytime over there. It might be almost lunchtime, 12 o'clock. So maybe they're waiting for the night to come. I don't know. But Donald Trump, he might be talking to his people right now, but tomorrow they need to make some kind of operation, because I've seen the video of the cars evacuating. They got traffic jams all over Tehran. People trying to get the hell out of there. So they need to make some kind of move and operation start and make something happen. Maybe they try to figure out the plan, but they need Trump. like I say, hopefully tomorrow, I hate to see anybody lose their life, but it's something that's got to be done to end this situation. Because now they don't took it to the next. Now it's affecting me and you, Steve. Like they said, if they shut down the damn strait or whatever it's called, that's going to affect the oil prices all over the world, and the price of oil, gasoline is going to get sky high in the U.S. if they block off that strait. So now they playing a dangerous game. Donald Trump ain't got no choice but to make a move when they talking about shutting down the world's oil supply. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, and we'll be able to talk about it. Hopefully we'll be able to have something to talk about tomorrow night. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good day. And, of course, Trump did send out that little message at 1:30 this morning in regards to, I guess, responding to Emmanuel Macron saying he had to leave the summit to get back to discuss a peace deal, to which he said, wrong, something much bigger than a peace deal. We'll find out when they're ready to let us know. So have you been watching any of the College World Series real quick? Like, I guess this would be the hope of anyone in Major League Ball or minor league ball, or from the time you start playing in Pee Wee ball, when you actually have pitchers rather than playing T-ball. You always want to throw that no-hitter, or better yet, the perfect game. University of Arkansas baseball star Gage Wood pitching just the third no-hitter in College World Series history, and the first in 65 years yesterday, striking out a record 19 against Murray State to protect his team's 3-0 victory. He joins the likes of Jim Erler of Texas from 1950 and Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State in 1960 as the only pitchers to throw College World Series no-hitters. How about that? He only had 2 3-ball counts. 83 of his 119 pitches were strikes. He was working toward a perfect game. He got all the way into the 8th inning, but a 2-2 breaking ball hit Dom Decker in his back foot. He said, when I hit the guy, I knew I screwed up. That close to a perfect game. Still, Wood, a junior right-hander who set the College World Series record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game, celebrating after the game. The only special thing was I didn't want to go home. He said, we're not going home. We're going to play tomorrow night. But it is pretty cool. So congratulations there. Kind of going down in the record books, right? Good to have you with us. Thank you for being a part of the program. Be safe. Have a great day. And we'll bring back all the latest developments of the day when we come back at the midnight hour tonight.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I